Speaking on CNBC, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink says there's good justification for lowering rates if you believe the power of AI.
US crude futures fall by over $3 a barrel, easing concerns about a US intervention in Iran over protests. BlackRock CEO Fink says the US will grow above trend over the next few years. Verizon is to give customers $20 account credit due to outage. Goldman Sachs shares up 1.4% after Q4 profit beat. US stocks extend gains. Nasdaq 100 up 1.01%. Canadian Foreign Minister Annan says Canadian citizen has died in Iran at the hands of the Iranian authorities. BlackRock CEO Fink says, "I do not believe there's an AI bubble by any imagination." So again, BlackRock CEO Fink says, "I do not believe there's an AI bubble by any imagination." BlackRock's Fink says, "If the US underinvests in AI, China wins." US listed shares of TSMC touch record high, last up 5.2%. BlackRock CEO Fink says, I'll be spending time with Trump in Davos next week. US issues new Iran-related sanctions, according to the US Treasury Department website. Seeing the S&P TSX Composite Index crossing 33,000 for the first time. The US Treasury Department imposed sanctions on Crystal Gas and Iran-tied firms. Boeing shares hit 2-year high, last up 2.4%. This is some early news on some Boeing shares gain after Bernstein hikes price target on growth hopes. Tim is going to give the EIA natural gas change. Forecast is for a draw of 91 BCF. Prior was a draw of 119 BCF. Netflix shares rising 1% after judge rejects Paramount's request to speed up lawsuit seeking Warner Bros. Merger details. Goldman Sachs Solomon says there is no deal to transfer Apple's savings program to JP Morgan. Five minutes ago, until we're expected to get the EI natural gas change BCF forecasts for a draw of 91 BCF. Prior was a draw of 119 BCF. 1 minute to go now to get the natural gas data. Ms von der Leyen is to present new security strategy by June, as von der Leyen speaking in Cyprus. Greenland PM reiterates Ireland doesn't want to be owned by the US. And so Greenland's Premier Nielsen speaking to press in Copenhagen. "10 seconds. Draw of 71 BCF, a draw of 71 BCF compared to the expected draw of 91 BCF. Did see some movement towards the downside of the back of that data again. Natural gas storage coming in at a draw of 71 BCF compared to the expected draw of 91 BCF. We have posted out the natural gas report on the feed for you to read through. US Treasury Secretary Besson says sanctions aim is an architects of Iran protest crackdown. US natural gas futures turning negative, down 2.5% after EI reports smaller than expected storage draw. Besant says the US will use every tool to target Iran oppression. Von der Leyen says Greenland can count on the EU. We have posted out Besant's speech on the feed for you to read through, again in relation to Iran. Von der Leyen also adds that we're discussing investments with the Greenland government. Von der Leyen says that we're going to continue work on Arctic security with the US. Von der Leyen says we're looking to deepen sanctions against Iran. Trump on Truth Social just posting an image which says EU makes more from fines in US tech than tax from all of public European tech. He says that this is very unfair for our tech companies and for the US. So on the image, it also says that in 2024, EU fined US tech companies 3.8 billion euros. Meanwhile, public internet tech companies paid only 3.2 billion euros in income tax. So again, Trump on Truth Social says EU is very unfair for US tech companies. So the US is to sell $8 to $9 billion in 3-month bills on January 20th, settled on January 22nd, $77 billion in 6-month bills, January 20th, settled on January 22nd, and $50 billion in 52-week bills on the same date. The US is to sell $21 billion in 10-year tips, January 22nd, to settle on January 30th. And the US is to sell $13 billion in reopened 20-year bonds, January 21st, to settle on February 2nd. OpenAI seeks US suppliers for planned robotics and AI device push. Further detail into this, then OpenAI is looking to bolster its US hardware supply chain and find partners for a push into consumer devices, robotics, and cloud data centers, part of a major product expansion plan for the coming years. So the maker of ChatGPT has put out a request for proposals from businesses that manufacture in the US and offer components such as silicon, motors, packaging material, and gear for cooling data centers. So the request doesn't indicate how much OpenAI intends to spend or over what time frame. European partners of Venezuela's state-run PDVSA, including Repsol, Moral and Prom, are applying for US licenses and authorizations to export Venezuelan oil, according to oil industry sources.
Check 1, 2. I'll tell you what, if there's a no, I don't want it that high. So I was just we'll talk more about this here in just a minute. If you look at the post that I made earlier about the failure, then the hit, then the 2 highs, and the roll, we'll talk about it here in just a minute. So I live in Detroit, and we had snow. Like, we knew we were getting snow today, but I think we got 8 inches. It's like compressed to wait a minute, wrong one. It's compressed to, I think, 4 or 5 inches, but it froze. It was like super wet, or it was wet, and then it snowed, and then it froze. Now it's like 10 degrees outside. Detroit is basically shut down. I was asking Winky this morning. I didn't see his response, or what it was like in Ohio and stuff. But where I am in Detroit's on a river. If you don't know, there's a Detroit River here. It's like the Great Lakes and stuff. So we get wind, or not wind, but lake effect stuff. It's like Detroit's like quiet this morning. It's like a ghost town, not a car on the road. Normally, it's like a ritual to shovel your driveway and sidewalk here in Detroit for your mailman or mailwoman, all that kind of stuff. This morning, my street is dead quiet. It's like ghost town this morning. It's like 10 degrees. I was on Reddit this morning on the Detroit subreddit. The main post is like that Detroit is shut down this morning. So anyways, Detroit's kind of, my kids are out of school, that kind of stuff. School's closed down. Another funny thing is, if you're young out there, if you have young children, make sure that you have a lot of patience when they become teenagers. As a parent, it's important for you to have patience. Kids, when they become teenagers, man, they'll make you do bad things. You don't want to be that person. Scar your children, I guess. So let's take a peek at where the market is. We were discussing this yesterday into the close, right? And we discussed this earlier in the week too. I think someone posted in the Discord a chart that I put up to come down here and then to buy the dip, and that we're going to go up. Now, in the overnight, we had a nice big push higher here. There are some things at play that we need to discuss. One, we have OPEX on Friday. We have a giant gamma bar at 7,000. We have some other problems too. I was talking to Demi about this yesterday, and people are also adding to the pile of 7,000 out into March now, which I saw happening. It's not that we can't get past 7,000 into until March or something like that. It's not that we can't. If we monetize 7,000, we can roll higher. It's not like it's not exactly a wall, as some may think. If we can get up there enough, if we have like an event or we're driven up there by ER or SCOTUS or something, if we get high enough, those calls will be monetized and we will go higher. The idea is, though, we haven't had that, have we? Not only that, I showed you in a private stream. Here, I want to show you guys something on a private stream here. Or I'm not going to show it to you in public, but there's something else at play here. I'll just simplify it for you. I'll give you the top line. When you come into a big round number like 700, right? What you're gonna get is you're gonna get. We'll top line this, but when you're coming into like a big round number like 500, 600, we have a tendency to have a couple things happen. And we got up here close right here. And as we come into 700, what you should see is a series of profit taking And I want you to think of this like, hey, if I got long at 600 or 650 or 625, like the systematic traders, you and I are systematic traders, but not like the street is. A lot of the street is like, hey, if it hits $100, I'm going to buy it. If it comes back to 100, I'm going to buy it to trade 150 or 200 or something like that. Big round zeros and fives. So whenever you're coming up into this zone here, historically at least, it wasn't quite like 100s when we were trading $100, $200, $300, but it was like 25, 50s, and hundreds really mattered. But we have price expansion. So what you end up seeing is you'll see like I'm taking the money and running, I'm taking the money and running, I'm taking the money and running, shit like this. Taking the money and running. Now, other examples of us breaking above that and trading higher, yes. But I want you to know that there's like not foundational, but there's an idea that there are going to be profit taking at that 700, 705. And it's not like we don't have examples of breaking up and over it, but the initial part of it is, take the money and run, take the money and run, take the money and run, take the money and run. Now, if at any point we get the two highs and it comes down and we correct and we're able to get back up there and start trading above that 700, like trading 748 or something, like I told you guys in a private stream, we're not there yet to take that trade. There's no trade there yet. Like, you need to be above 700 with two highs, right? You got your two highs, then you're likely going to get a correction of some kind, and then we can start talking about trading above 700. So my point stands that just be conscious of the big 700 and be conscious of the range expansion that takes place. And then also be conscious of course, of seasonal weakness and windows of opportunity. Like, how long do we have for a window? We know it's January, February, or March. We know that almost without fail, we either get sideways or down in that seasonal weakness. It's either sideways or down, generally speaking. So just keep that in the back of your head as you're seeing this price action take place. But there are other systematics out there that are like, yeah, I've been long. I'm going to get out at 700 and look for a pullback at a big fat round zero. Or we're above and holding and making new highs. And you can keep it really fucking simple. If you're above 700, 1, 2, right? You're going to get some kind of a fucking, let's say it's 705, you're going to get some kind of this is dealers no longer having to hedge the roll higher. And then, so they just start dumping, right, to hedge that trade once they're done chasing. And then we go up there and we start fucking around with those new highs. And that's actually when you really want to roll your calls, if there are calls to be rolled. You don't want to be in the first group normally. So anyways, this is something for later. Let me turn this off really quick.
Voice news disconnected.
So the idea here is where it's not like we can't get over 7,000. There's a couple ideas here that I'm going over. One, it's not like we can't get over 7,000 before end of March because people are rolling out to March. It's not like we can't trade up there. Just note that every time we go up there, that there'll be someone that's taking profit, right? And note that if we're up here while taking profit, if they are, or even if they aren't, but if they are, let's say they take some money off the table and they have more holdings, they are also going to probably sell some calls, right? So in like that big curve up here to this big down into, I know this chart's not showing it, but that big down into April or May or whatever, they're going to take the opportunity because they don't care how high it goes. They know it's going to come back down into that time period, or at least be flattened. They can be hedged for other positions that they have in the market. You got to remember that people start trades at different price action. Like I bought here, I bought here, I bought here. And so when you get up here, you have the first round of selling, right? Selling underlying. And then maybe you own the market here and here. So you're selling calls at the same time, if that makes any sense. Selling calls on the other positions. And then you go higher and higher and higher. And all of a sudden they're like ending this and ending that kind of stuff. So just note that there's cat shit wrapped in cat shit wrapped in cap shit. Now, there's something else going on here too, which is kind of fascinating. I want to go over it with you guys if I can this morning, which is I wanted to go over this with Pinky last night, but I didn't get a chance to. We're going to go over USD, JPY, collar, or not collar trade, but the cat shit wrapped in cat shit trade, I guess you can call it. We're going to go to a day, and we're going to take a quick peek here. And right here. So I'm going to do this on stream just one time. But hold on here. Maybe I should do this somewhere else. Hold on here. Hot stocks. Hot stocks. We're going to go USD, JPY. Better way to look at it. For the carry trade. And, you know, the thing about a carry trade, the first thing is this. Let me just get rid of this because I don't want you guys to see it just yet. First thing about a carry trade is, can I get some stuff? There we go. First thing about a carry trade is carry trades are not necessarily unwound violently every time. So first off, be aware of that. You know, if you have one experience with a carry trade that unwinds violently, it doesn't mean that that happens every time a carry trade unwinds, every time. But it can happen like that. And there are a couple examples back here. There's one back here. And there's one back here that were pretty violent to the downside for that carry trade. And there's one more back here. Now, what I want to look at here is you've got this range bound here, right? You got range bound here. And this has been fairly consistent. We've got one right up here, another one up here. We got another one going on up here. But there is some, what I want to show you here is that there is some gaps back over here. I want you to see this right here. There's a little bit more left right here. And we've got the Batwing trade over here. This kind of looks, and we just beat this high, by the way, too. We beat this high, I think, 2 days ago, which is extremely bullish. So the idea being here that the carry trade can continue to the upside into March. Yeah. And even if we come back down over here, there is another cup and handle here, isn't there? You see that? So if any of you out there are looking for like the carry trade to cause massive destruction in the stock market, I don't see it at this point. I would need to see that kind of like break up there, like a failure here. Some kind of a failure. And then I would also need to see a failure down here for destruction. So we're not there yet either, is my point. You need to see the failure of getting that new high. You need to see the failure down here, like you need to see that carry trade start blasting down. And we're just not there yet to call that. So just be aware. I'm just trying to catch up on the carry trade. It looks good to me right now. So I'm not seeing that as being... even if we blast down, let's go up here, we blast down here, I don't consider that to be a violent unwind of any kind. We'll monitor it down here, but generally speaking, you want to be paying close attention to, if you do the carry trade, you want to be paying close attention to this base right here. You want to be paying close attention to this. And if I had to guess on this carry trade, it's going to be maybe something like that, but something more like this in a March, right? There it is right there. And then you got your April 15th down here, April 15th right down there. Right there. And even just this right here, the carry is not like, it's not as violent as you would think. Now, if we go down here, that could be violent. But we're not there yet, so there's no reason to be as concerned with it. You can kind of see this weekly triggers kind of heading over there anyways. So we would need to wait and watch and see right there. We would need to wait and watch and see if we lost the daily trigger or if we failed to get the new high from this prior one here. This is the 162.31. And the other fascinating thing about this is, when we begin to get above 160, right here, when we begin, this is like inflation, right? Is inflation bad? Yeah, but not for the entire thing. Somewhere up in this zone, you should start to see some wobble up in here. And if we like start blasting up here, you should start to see some wobbliness in S&P 500. So like that 164, 160, I would say 162 to 165. It can be problematic for the carry trade. But that doesn't necessarily mean like, you know, we're going to go down here and then, you know, down there and then down there and all that. We'll take it as we get it. We'll deal with it as we get to it. But this looks pretty stable to me at this point. So there's your carry trade. Not seeing anything too dangerous just yet. And I am looking for that carry trade to actually bounce down here. Right here for April. And then you've got the October right here, right? That's your October weakness, and then to the upside. That's what the expectation is for me, at least. You can see the you can see it right in here. This would be let's call this hold on a second here. April 15th. Right, nice little vertical up, which is what we do. See the vertical right here, vertical, right? Goes fucking vertical here, and then it comes back down. Try to catch some kind of a post-tax day bounce here. And then this puts us into let's see if I can get this right here. April bounce. And then we're going to come back down for June. Right in here. Another nice little summer bounce right here, right? Right there, hold on. And then some kind of like October. And then the rip goes higher again one time up in here. Something like this. 1, 2, 3, consolidate, and then wham to the upside. So that's all I've got for you in USD JPY. SPY. Let me go to a 1 hour or a 1 minute here. Let's take a look at this. SPY. And we discussed this in the Discord this morning. What I talked about in the Discord was this 695. And I said to you, you're probably going to have a series of like fail, drop it down. Now you're a little bit higher, down, a little bit higher, and then we're looking for this kind of like distribution above here. You know what I mean? Like you're like hit the supply at 695. It's the same as any not rejection, but any resistance. Normally will like come up. If we don't auto sell to the depths of hell, even if it's down here, you're gonna like then get above, right? Or you're gonna a little bit wrong there. You'll then touch it, then you'll go above it, right? Then you like make a high, and then you get another move down here. Then we finally come back up. So we're probably in that phase at this moment. Probably in that phase at just this moment right here, just grinding, grind. And we'll see what the flows are at 12 p.m. Excuse me. Dying over here. God, cold air. So we're just grinding in here. If we are able to get up and go higher, I've got this as a dotted line down as a buy the dip down here into tomorrow, where I've got this for today for Thursday, like bloodbath down here, and then some kind of a move higher into OPEX up here. Some kind of a move up here into OPEX on Friday. Now, the other thing on this too is Friday could be like a grind sideways all day long and then a ramporama or a bloodbath at the end of the day. It's very common. Now, there is a few things to talk about here, which is do we pin 7,000? Or like the thing about like Vanna and Charm and all that kind of shit is it can start early, it can start at the day of, it can start day after. There's some information that you're assuming and there's some information you don't have. We'll see how this goes into tomorrow. There's a lot of thought out there. When we were closing the day out yesterday, I was in the Discord. There was a lot of like hey man, we're going to blast down into or be range bound into OPEX. I just want you to know that a few things here. I want to talk about a few things here, okay? I want to talk to you really quickly about something important. We are above the 1 minute trigger right now. As a matter of fact, there's this little white line right here, 69.521. I want to see us hit this one next if we can. There's something else here too, which is you got to think about the thesis. You got to think about macro sucks. And I don't like macro personally, and everybody shits on macro, but you have to have a plan and you have to have a thesis. Whether your thesis is wrong or right doesn't matter. If you're like, hey, man, I think it's going to crash this year. Hey, man, I think it's going to go sideways this year. Hey, man, I think we're going to enter the biggest bear market of all time. Hey, man, we're just going to go vertical all year long. You have to have a thesis. And it doesn't matter if that thesis is correct or wrong. What matters is that you have a roadmap. And when your roadmap stays in line, you stay with it. If your roadmap is wrong, that you can adjust to that being wrong, right? So let me give you I don't know if do I need to do this for you guys? Like, if you're like, hey man, we're gonna do this year, just this right here. I don't care what it is, right? And you see, you have your plan, right? At least on a yearly basis. And let's say you go up here, and all of a sudden you blast down and you begin to reject. You don't stick with your plan. You have a plan for a reason, so that if your plan is not right, that you can trade that, right? You have a it's kind of like I went to an island up in northern Michigan in Canada a couple of years ago, and there was a bridge that broke, or I had a map and stuff, and I was out there with my wife and kids, and a bridge went down. And I had a plan to cross that bridge. That's a true story. So what happens when the bridges are down? Do I just keep crossing the bridge because I'm committed to my thesis that the bridge is open? No. I take an alternate route, right? And you want to be doing that as well as a trader. And do not succumb to someone out there saying to you, well, look, you were wrong with your plan to go up or down or whatever that is. I don't care. Well, you have your plan for the year, and if it begins to break your thesis, hey, I think it's going down, and you see, hey, I think it's going to crash, and all of a sudden you see it go up here, and it's going up. What do? You just stick with your thesis? Fuck no. You owe nobody nothing. You don't owe a motherfucker, not a fucking thing. I'll swear. Okay. You don't owe nobody nothing. That's what I tell my son brain. You don't owe nobody shit in life. The only thing that you owe is that you can adjust in life, right? And in the stock markets to conditions that are put in front of you. Deal with things as they actually are. So I want you to consider that this year. Is my point here. I want you to consider that all the time, that you write a plan. And if it goes against what your thesis is, you just trade the break of your plan. And you understand what I'm saying? And the reason I'm saying that to you is this. Now, this is where it gets important. My thesis here is that this bubble is not popped. That's my thesis. I may be wrong about that. And the only real true information that I have right now. So like yesterday, Og made a good point. He was like, someone asked, why is this other guy here very bearish? And Og made the comment. He said, just look at velocity. Just look at velocity, and you can see why everyone is that bearish. It's clear as day. We should be at a major top right now. Like, that's where we should be. This should be like where we are right now should be like major fucking top. Like maybe not 2001, 2008, but fucking significant. So if you posit that, which I did, I posited that last year, and I posited that for this year. There are only a couple outcomes. There are only a couple. In all of history in the stock market, there's only a couple options. Either this is the majorest top or a big major we're done top, or we have some historical examples of continuation. Not many, but we have a few. And one of those is the internet bubble. And if you go into higher time frame velocity, like weekly or monthly, you can see how that takes place. Now, you'll see under the surface a divergence at some point. You'll see lower frame diverge from higher frame velocity, or even higher frame velocity diverge, and yet the market will continue higher. For those conditions to persist, you would expect to not give back your prior year's last quarter. And you would expect some kind of every year that we do this, like let's say it's 1 to 3 years and last year was year 1, you would expect that the beginning of the year would ramp so that you cannot give back that Q4 of the prior year. And then even if you correct within that new year candle, that bubble stays alive. And that is how it has happened in the past. Those are the examples from the past of that taking place. So let's say you have the extreme bearish sentiment right now for this year. Or let's say you have the bubbles going to continue sentiment for this year. Either or, it doesn't matter. You want to be paying very close attention to the price action in Q1. Q1 can give you a good idea of are we going to continue the bubble or not continue the bubble? And so far, today is the 15th of January. This looks like bubble continuation to me. It may change tomorrow, but right now, this is not looking like the bubble top is in. Does that make sense to you guys out there? So if you're watching this show and you're extremely bullish, you're extremely bearish, whatever that may be, a hallmark of bubble continuation or bubble to continue to inflate is price action like that. And at this point, we have not seen that price action that says no to that. And I've got charted like us trading like 748 before a roll down. I don't know if we can get there, honestly, but you know, you start closing these doors underneath you when you're entering bubbles, and it can be destructive to a viewpoint that's different than that one. And I would say the same thing too for people that think that we're going to have continuation of bubble, and the inverse holds true as well. If you're like, his bubble's going to continue, or I'm saying that, right, which I am, and if it's not, I would like to see we start breaking through the daily trigger, start breaking through the weekly trigger, start seeing the daily roll down over the weekly trigger, and saying, oh, fuck, you know, that's not going to work, right? We're giving back all this stuff. Maybe we are going to trade 5-6. Maybe we are going to go down to 60% from here, but we're not there yet either. So right now, this does not look as of yet like bubble bursting. It looks like the market wants to have some continuation. And not only that, I looked at some articles yesterday about deficit. I was reading about our deficit yesterday. We blew that fucker up last year. And when I was reading this stuff about deficit, all I kept thinking about was the election this year. And I would expect continuation of spend this year. Remember, we're supposed to rein in spending? We didn't do that last year. That was horseshit. I know that some of you voted for that. That didn't happen. I know two groups of you that voted for that from two different political parties, but we did not do that last year. So no matter who you voted for, the reality is we did not stop spending last year. And I don't see that happening this year either. There were some people talking about shutting down the government again in January. And you heard the Republicans just a couple days ago, ready to vote again. So I would expect more spend and deficit for 2027 or 2026, excuse me, at least until the midterms. And what's that, like November, right? At least until November. And not only that, what can you not have? What do you need for a continuation in a bull year? Do you know what it is? Say it with me. I know it's horrible. Take your Main Street hat off. You must have an expanding deficit, or you can't say bull market without deficit. I'll just coin that phrase. You cannot say bull market without deficit. And if you got deficit, go growing, you've got bull market. That's a fucking fact. So, if we're in some stagflationary or lowering the deficit or truly fighting debt, you can say maybe that's the top and the bubble's not going to continue. But as of right now, I just looked at last year, and it ain't looking good for last year. And of course, that worked out to a good bull year. And as of right now, do any of you out there see no spending going on? Any of you out there see no Doge saved you any money? I was looking last night at another thing because I was talking to some buddies about. I've seen paperwork from the Department of Defense, and none of it says Department of War. None of it. It's going to take an act of Congress to make it the actual Department of War. So it's bullshit. But guess what? Now they want to make it the Department of War. Guess how much that costs? A fuck ton of money. So when you're out there, like, where are your checks, by the way? Where's your checks for Doge? Where's your tariff checks? You guys see any of those yet? I haven't seen any. I haven't seen no fucking checks. So we're spending, right? We've got deficit. We got no checks to send. We got no extra money for you, and we got to keep spending, right? So if you're thinking about, like, from that perspective for this year, if you're thinking about, like, is this going to be the top? Are we not spending anymore? That's another one for you. So that's one that I was looking up last night. We're just spending like crazy, aren't we? Spend. That's like nails on a chalkboard, isn't it? But we are. And I don't hear any speak out there. Do you guys hear any speak about cutting the deficit or dealing with the debt? That was a big topic, wasn't it? I thought it was a huge topic. I kind of remember that from summer of 24 and the fall of 24. I remember that big talk. The debt's gonna doom us. Deficit's bad. I haven't seen any of that come down. So I think we're still in this continuation mode in the market until something really bad happens, or people freak out, or there's mass unemployment, or there's war, some kind of existential threat thing come realized. We don't have any of those things yet either, so I'm not seeing it at this moment. Okay, so we're trading up here, just grind. What else do I got here? Try to see if we can let me get you a little bit of a target up here. See if we can get a little bit of a target going. Let's see, where are we at here? Oh man, look at this. Woo! Here is we don't need this right now. Here is R4. That's R4. This is what do they call it? STS cell? Or what is it? RTXL or something? Yeah, I can't remember the words that Bob Kendall used to use. RTXL, I think. We haven't used that in a long time. R3, though, is not that high. We have range expansion and price. This right here, we'll make this red. This is just so, if you don't know this, I haven't stated this in a long time, but if you don't know, RTXL is a range, not a target, not a price target. It's a range. It's not like S1, S2, or R1, R2, R3. This is more of a range than anything. It's not exact. So you can go up here, sell, like big sell. You can go up in here, big sell. Anything in this zone, especially on the upside for bulls. Typically, when we get up there, we're done. Like done. We're selling that next day. Bears continuation on S4 and 5 oftentimes, but not bulls. Bulls tend to see violence on an intraday basis for a 2 sigma move on an intraday basis. Now, the 698.36. Do I think we can get there right now? No. I think there's a potential for us to get there tomorrow, but we could get there today. There is a possibility we do get there today. I think we grind. I think we like grind and fade, and then we slip up there into tomorrow's close, or maybe the weekend or Monday, or the weekend or Monday. But if we do go up there, we will trade this together. If you check on your velocity on 30 minutes on SPY, it is still extremely bullish. 30-minute velo on 30-minute hourly velo on SPY is still extremely bullish right now, at least in cash market. I haven't looked at ES in a minute, but if we can hold, see this R2 right here? Let's get rid of this now. You don't need this anymore. But on this R2 right here, only if we can get above R2, right? If we can smash above R2 and make 2 new highs, would I consider taking a long here? So until then, do not be taking any longs. Don't take them. Just don't fuck with it. If I see a long for you to take, I will let you know, okay? But for right now, if I see a long, I'll let you know. Take a new, I should say new long. And then, oh, wrong way. But I would not be executing along here. Don't do this. This would be a FOMO trade for you. Don't, even if we go up, don't do it. I'm just telling you, don't. We can take it, but just not quite yet. It's very dangerous right here. Instigating a new long. If that's the case, we are looking for some kind of a drawdown to these 2 places right here. You got one right here. I don't know why that's not there, but you got another 1 hour right here. And as time passes today in this 1 hour, sorry about that. As time passes today, we're going to put in some new 1 hours and a new 4 hour at 1:30. So there is potential for us to not come back down here for a little while. But we need to put some time on the board. We need to put some time on the board for that to take place. We need time to pass. So don't be starting any new longs here. Just don't do it, even if we're going up right now. And we're going to look for something like this at the moment. And what we'll do is we will look for this one right here and that one right there. This one right here. And just let me check this prior over here. Let me just look at a couple things over here with you just so you can see. So look at this with me here. We've broken above this high right here. There's the dotted line. We're literally looking for a tick. You can't see it. There's a little line right here where actual prices. I just want to see the tick higher and then a roll down. That's what I'm looking for. Just a tick. Just enough to beat this high. We don't need to go any higher over that. And then let's look at this one right here. There's a gap. This is where price is right here. There is a gap right here. And there is the first sell signal above. So we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to do this one right here as a target. Oh, wait a minute. We'll do that one as a target right there. And we're going to do this second one right here as a target. You guys don't know how to put targets on your, you guys don't know how to put targets. Like, I'm great at buying the dip, but I suck at selling things. There's one right there. There's one right there. Let me just check these really quick in an hour. You could even make this bigger if you wanted. There. This one right here, I don't even think that one matters. Maybe. I don't think that matters. I think just this one matters right here. And I think, is price over that tick yet? Yeah, we got that tick right there, and then this one right here. 696.06 and 695.20. Go back over here. Back to a 1 minute. And just let's look at this. And we got this one right in here. right in there. And then we've got, so we got 690, 695.50, 696.02. Then some kind of a roll going on, just like that. Just like that right there. There's your R2, above and above. And I want to show you this somewhere else, so you can see it. There's a speed bump right here. Where are we at right now? 695.75. Let me show you this really quick. So we are right here right now. Right there. That's where we are right now. And I also want to show you something else here, which is what? One date's buying it all back into OPEX. One date is, there's 7,000. These are one date gamma. We have a pin on 7,000. And then on 2 date volume, we have volume to 7,000. Okay. We'll also have down here for 2 date 690.50. So we'll draw it just like this. Here's your gamma map, okay? We're going to make this green. We're going to make that green right there. So you can see it. This is the gap. This is where you buy dips. And there's a magnet. We're going to get rid of this. And this here is now it's not, you shall not pass until we can instigate a roll higher, but there is a magnet here. So a magnet to 7,000. There's a speed bump right here, and there's a dip buy here. And a dip buy here. I just clone that. There we go. If you want to see that there. Here's your gamma profile for right now. Get rid of speed bump. That's gone. No, 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 no. I don't want to take any video. Ooh, I didn't know I could take video snips, though. That'd be kind of cool to do. Right here. Man, I want to roll this right now. I want to sell the fuck out of that. I know I got this going up one more time, but I want to sell this so bad right now. We did everything we needed to do. You see that? So we hit that target right there. We did that dotted line right there. We did everything that needed done. This is not required right here. We've satisfied everything that needs done, just as a heads up. Watch this closely. We'll leave this up for you here, this gamma map. And maybe this takes into 130. This is 1230 right here. We could grind here for a while. I should probably draw this all the way the fuck out here. Could be something stupid. even if we hold this, it should be something stupid like 1:30 in the afternoon, just like ground to dust. And we'll put this one here for 1:30. We'll do it just like that there. It looks more like this. It's like grind, bam, down. I know it looks like shit like that, but matter of fact, we'll draw it like this. That might be a better way to draw it. Down there, and then like this, and then down. Might be a little bit better way to draw it. That helps. We have to hold, just check this here. Yeah, here's our 15-minute right here. Do you see it? There's our 15-minute. That all looks fine right in there. And there's our 5 minutes in there too. I think that's fairly good right there. As long as we hold this zone in here. As long as we hold this zone right here, we're good. If we begin to fail this here, we're not so good. We're going to blast down. So we'll leave it just like this. Just like this. I think it's a good place to leave this right here. Because this is where kind of need to hold this right here. As long as we hold that, we're fine. If we go underneath and make new lows, we'll start losing it. So I think we're good right now for the grind. When do we sell? I don't think it should. I mean, if you have, the other day we talked about your risk tolerance, right? We talked about Friday. What do we say? Friday, next Wednesday. That would be probably selling Tuesday if we get high enough. We price our time in that one because we have Vixperation on Wednesday. And then I also gave a couple other dates. I think I gave the first Friday of next month, and then I gave, I think, OPEX and month end next in February, March. So I gave you a range of closing. I don't see any reason to close here. If you're already long, I don't see any reason to close here. Even if we sweep down, if you're in call spreads, you're fine. You can handle a trade lower. If we get to a point to sell, do not. If we get to a point to sell, I'll tell you. I'll say something to you in Discord. I'll say that's it. I would assume that if we get to 700 real, we'll reject. And then the next thing would be to get above 700 and roll higher. And in that roll higher to 705, like 705-ish, that's would be the top for me for a not major, but a pretty decent correction. For like a violent correction. As soon as that roll is done, that's when I would be like, yeah, get the fuck out for a little bit. So I would say 705, right in there. If I had, or unless time is against us or there's an event, like you could decide to get out if we were going to like Tuesday of Vixperation. Could be Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday where we start puking. But price will matter, I think, as well in that puke. So don't fuck with Vixperation. Warn you guys. Vixperation can go up, but don't. It's not worth fucking with. Vixperation is I shouldn't say you can't fuck with it. What you have to be aware of in Vixperation is normally you'll come into a morning. It's not every day, but what I would have is my finger on the sell button on Tuesday open. Oftentimes it happens like Tuesday open or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday open. If Vixperation is post OPEX, I would say like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at open, or 1:30, 2:30 in the afternoon. If you begin to see like a big red candle there and you're long, if you've been long for a few days before that or a week before that, you could sell that big red candle. You'll see it quickly. It happens over the course of about 5 or 15 minutes. You can't miss it. If we're going down, it's normally on a high. We normally don't do Vixperation where we're like blooding into it and then we like have a more violence downside, unless we're in a bear market and we're not in one yet. So I would expect it to be like a high, like we open on a high and then just red bar your ass on those days. Just be conscious of that next week. That's next Wednesday. Or tomorrow we've got OPEX, and next week we've got Vixperation. It's a good time to have a mini correction of sorts in and around that date. We want to hold this right here. Right. I want to hold this right here. It's hard to. I say we need to hold this. Let me get this, make this green. And currently we need to hold this right here. The target is 696.04. 696.04. So this should look like this. You get above R2, and then you make the new high, and then we're able to come back down over here. Just for drawing it in like that. You guys know that, right? You hit the R2, you get above it, 2 new highs, then we start moving higher. You guys know what that looks like. Or we roll, tend to roll. Ooh, I needed that water. Man, I don't know what to do with Nike. I was going to sell Nike this morning. I didn't. It's still bleeding right now. I get really antsy about stuff. I was thinking about selling TGT, but Nike more in particular. I didn't sell it this morning. I get really like, I feel like I overtrade a lot, and like Nike and like Nike in particular, I want to hold it for a long period of time. I like that $56 roll on Nike. I bought the fuck out of Nike. I like it for a long-term hold. It's been on my mind all morning. Oh, and here's the last part. I forgot about this part. This was my whole rant about are we still in a bubble? Man, when I looked back on like the last bubbles that we've had, the Wednesday of OPEX, you guys want a little tease if you're a bull? If you look at like the the bubble and any years where we've had extremely bullish years, even if we've corrected sideways, like the Wednesday of OPEX in January, we start fucking going vertical. Like there's no more downs.
Google
it's only up. I
says
posted that on Twitter
introducing
yesterday. I'm like, today should have marked the
Gemma,
bottom.
a new
Like, it
collection
should.
of open translation models.
I
built
don't
on
want to
Gemma
promise
3,
you guys that,
helping
but
people communicate across 55 languages.
if we're gonna trade like 748, we might never come back. Not never, but we might not come back. You might not see that low yesterday. There is potential that we don't see that low for like months.
So it's from Freddie Mac, average 30.
Like I don't want to promise that just yet, but
in more than 3 years.
I posted it on Twitter yesterday. I made 2 or 3 posts about it. I think 2 or 3, but just as a heads up out there, if you're a bull, like this should mark the bottom until we actually roll. Yesterday's low should mark the bottom until the seasonal weakness. It should. We shouldn't even roll down here. I don't know if we won't or will, but I just want you to know that, okay? You may not see that. I don't want to promise that to you as a trader, but I think saying things like that are bullshit. But I just want to get it out there, okay? I don't think it's tradable, but I just want you to know that if we stay in this fucking bubble, there's a high chance that we don't see the Wednesday, the 14th low again for a long time. Maybe 3 months. 3-4 months, possibly. Yeah, I did that with FedEx. I do that shit all the time. I do that shit all the fucking time. And I don't know why I'm selling like FedEx. I need to like get more. I need to become more of a boomer. Like, what do you own? I own FedEx. I own Amazon. I own Nike, and I own fucking Target. I own Walmart. Get me some more Metamucil, bitch. I get. Sorry. But I agree with that FedEx trade. Like, and I never bought UPS. And someone in the Discord was like, "You're gonna buy UPS here," and I didn't. So I missed that fucking trade too. I should have. I should have fucking bought all that shit. Anyways, we'll leave the UPS trade. It's not. It's like, oh man. Yeah, it was so low, dude, that it's like you just buy it and just fucking keep it. There's something else I want to talk to you guys about on that same topic. Vail Resorts, Mountain. We should talk about Vail Resorts. I was on the skiing subreddit the other day. Just this is a side note. Sorry for the I apologize for the tangent here, bringing up because it's on the same topic as like Target and UPS and FedEx and Nike. But I was a little fascinated the other day. This was like I think 2 days ago or something. I meant to bring it up in the stream and I didn't. Mountain, MT. I think it's MTN. Vail Resorts. There was a post on our skiing, and it was about Vail Resorts and its stock price. And I don't know why social media is so horrible these days. I'll read like a post like that, and then I'll read the comments, and I'll go. I think it's I don't know if it's astroturfing, bots. Could be bots. Could just be like a mix of like astroturfing, bots, and then people that have been astroturfed. They read social media, and they're not just looking for the simplest reason. It doesn't make for good copy or good regurgitation. It might even bring out angry people that are long that stock. But I was a little fascinated by that post because when I read through all of the comments, I want to say 95% of them were wrong. 95, that's pretty high. And then there's this whole like AstroTurf with Vail Resort sucks. Icon sucks. There's that narrative that's out there. There are videos made on YouTube about it. And people are associating that with the stock, with the Vail stock. And that's a poor thing to do. And the first thing about Vail stock is when there was the consolidation of mountains let's go to Vail really quick. We're gonna go look at it right now. We need to look at it. So hold on here. I'm going to address it publicly in the show in case anybody wants to discuss Mountain with you or Vail stock. It's fascinating to watch those videos on YouTube that they follow the decline of the stock. And so I would pay for that to be made if I was short Vail. If I was a hedge fund, I would pay for those videos to be made. I would pay a fucking influencer and say, make all these videos on these dates, find myself a stable of content creators. Here's 20 grand for you, 20 grand for you, 20 grand for you, and paint the fucking tape on Vail Resort sucks and Mountain sucks and all that kind of stuff. And then you, as like the investor in Mountain or Vail, you have all the ammunition as to why it should go to zero, but you don't know the real reason why it's going to zero. And it's basic accumulation and distribution. So we're gonna look at that one really quick. And talk about this briefly. And the reason I want to talk to you about it is because there might be a buy opportunity in here. So we're going to talk about Mountain really quick. And what I want to talk to you about, the big thing that I want to talk about with Mountain is There we go. The big thing that I want to talk to you about with mountain is I lived out west, and I want to talk to you about when I lived out west. I lived out west right here. Right there. And I left the west right in here. Right in there. I don't know if you can see that, but this is when I was in the west. In mountain towns. And it was one of the right in there. It was one of the most amazing times in my life. Everywhere I lived out there, we were building these places up, and these towns became something completely different. When we got to right about here, things started changing. And when things started changing, these quaint little mountain towns and very wealthy communities, it's changed into this giant fucking behemoth around, and this of course expanded around the country and the world, and all of this stuff changed, and people were like, well, is that bad? I was asked that recently. I was in a conversation with a guy, and he said, well, do you think this is all bad? And I'm like, no, I like it. I actually like it. I can buy a military pass with Icon or with Vail Resorts. I can ski anywhere the fuck I want, anywhere in the country, and not buy another ticket. And I'm a skier. I don't take the one vacation a year. I ski. I get at least 20 days in every winter. At least 20 days. I would prefer 30 or 40, but I work a lot, so I don't get that opportunity too frequently. But that easily pays for my winter anywhere in the country. So I'm a pretty happy guy with that. And those towns are no longer the same that they were either, and they never will be, or they won't be in my lifetime. So am I supposed to be angry about that? Probably not. Now, when this began to change, when the real changes started happening in the West, the market was accumulating to price that in. Okay, so as these towns are being built out, what did we do? We priced that growth into mountain, and we also entered what else? So we priced that growth in right here. Wait a minute. Price that growth in right here, right? Jackknife down in here for the holidays. Not the holidays, but the closure, right? And then we came back up all the way up here again. We reopened, and everybody's going back skiing again. By the way, there were skiers at these resorts in this time period. I was there, but it wasn't the same crowd. It was the very wealthy were able to do that. But they did. They took all this down in here, and then with the reopening, and everybody's partying again. We got another high. Reopening, go back skiing, blah, 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 blah. And then those videos started coming out. It's only for rich people. Poor people can't ski. That's all lies, by the way. Poor people can't do this. Poor people can't do that. That's all lies. We can have that discussion some other time, but this is where you're pricing in the growth. And what are you doing? You're taking profit. And look where they took it. Right there. They start the trade again for reopening, right? When all the masses get to go skiing again. And what are they doing again? Taking profit. It's that simple. It is literally that simple. And not only that, you have the COVID run in here, right? Post-COVID run for resorts. And to think that in this time period, you have money sloshing around everywhere. And to think that as we remove money from the system and from people's pockets, that you're not going to take money and go back down over here. Right? That's kind of like you're crazy. No one cares that you bought mountain up here. Nobody fucking cares. I don't fucking care. You expect it to just keep going up and up and up? No. So you see this happen to a lot of companies in this time period, especially from the COVID fucking lows. You know, the only like except for financial companies, except for finance companies that were able to continue to charge what they were charging, non-financial corporations were unable to do that. Most of them have come back into line at this point. So except for financial companies, most regular companies have given back their gains from COVID. So why the fuck do you think you're special with Vail Resorts? Does that make sense? So what we're doing is we're giving that back right here. See it? Now, this is where everyone's freaking out on our skiing. Well, if we gave back that trade, what about all this over here? You know, we got the pain trade over what they took your last final stop. You were here and took your pain all the way down, and we didn't get to quite flush you out yet, did we? How about I do this and flush you out? And you're finally done with it. I sold, bro. And then all of a sudden it starts cranking up again. And then you buy that and they sell you again. Does that make sense? So when it comes to stock tickers like this, the reason I'm bringing this up to you is because this stock in particular looks like a great buy now, doesn't it? Contrary to the post on our skiing. If you didn't get caught in this, to me, this looks like a great opportunity. And we're talking about Target, and we're talking about Target and Nike and UPS and FedEx and you know, all the other fucking companies or all the other companies that are never going to go bankrupt. Do I think that Vail Resorts is going bankrupt? Fuck no. Fuck no. And I was asked that in my last ski vacation. I was peppered with questions. And then I saw it raised again on our skiing. And my thought is, if you're asking that question, that's because you were buying a fucking top up here. It's accumulation, distribution, accumulation, distribution. And you can kind of see a trend over time here. You can kind of see some kind of a trend, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Well, it looks normal to me. Now, Vail Resorts is not expanding like they once were. Most of their growth trajectory on building out their company, done. They have the reopening trade up here, done. What would it take for Vail Resorts to have runs like this again? Probably some kind of a bad thing happening. You know, top of the market. We're down here in like 28, 29, 30. Nobody can go skiing anymore. Truly. Not like what the pair they paired on Reddit. Nobody can afford it, bro. That's bullshit. Now, there can be an economic condition that can send us down here. You know, 28, 29, 30. You know, get a nice low down here. And we can probably come back and trade this here. Right in here. But not today. Not today. Well, you guys want to see what's going on? What's the big thing over there? You want to see what it looks like here? You see it? I drew it out for you. You want to see it again? Here, I'll make it bigger. You ready? Right there. See it? Kind of following that same track right there. See it? You see that? I use crayons. I need to get some lipstick for my lips and just start putting lipstick on every day. So, can we get back down here to the instigation of building out Vail Resort? Sure. Where is that? It's $22. Can we get there? Yes. When? We would probably need a recession of some kind, stagflation of some kind, war, panic, AI is fake, bubble pop, that kind of stuff. So can we get down here? Yes. When will we get down here? You know, $30? Yeah, we can get down there. But when? Probably not right now. Probably not quite yet. You're probably looking at some kind of this like up, down, right move right here. Hit that $90 maybe for a seasonal low this year. And then some kind of a blast up here. I know you wish that would happen, but it probably isn't. And you're probably going to get some kind of bloodbath down here into the 30s, somewhere right there. Something like this. Okay? So can we get down there? Sure. How long does that take? How long does that fucking take? That's like 2030 over there. 2030. So if you're looking for a stock to buy this year, I like the idea of adding this. You might get one more nice rip in here. Right. One more nice rip and then one more bloodbath. This is, I hope this happens if you're out there and you're a top buyer on you're a top buyer on Mountain. I hope the fuck they flush your ass on this. I hope they do. Hope they flush you right down there and they give you the pain so that I can come in and buy it. Okay, so we're gonna look at this one right here. This is $100, nice big fat round number, right in there. That's 189 bucks. I'm also gonna do this one right here. Just gonna do this. I hope they flush you right out. I swear, I hope they do. This is the year. Right in
so
there.
Right at the bottom of the hour, Trump is to meet Venezuela.
So if I can get a yearly low in here.
It is on the left-hand side on the economic calendar. We'll pop it on the feed for you as well.
And I want to see this fucker trade like 219 right in there. This is March of 27. If I can get any kind of deal down here. Any kind of like right in here. You can see it right there. Right in there. This is March 20th. Right in there. If I can get some kind of a nice plunge down here, shank your ass sometime in the spring or the summer or the fall, and then buy the fuck out of that to the upside. We'll make this right in here. We'll start looking for it. I'm gonna put an alert on here. Mountain price crossing down once per minute. So it annoys the fuck out of me. And I really like the idea of buying Mountain at $100. Is it going to go to fucking zero? Yeah, it is, but not for a while. I don't see this like $31 price target down here. I don't see this until, a long time from now. Long time. I see one more rip up in here. And we're going to go right up in here, and we're going to take out this high right here. Something just like that. And this is going to be something right over here. Right in there. Just like that. So you can see it right there. Anything above that is gravy. You got a nice little point here of interest. Yeah, we're up there, but we're going back down. And there's something else that's fascinating about this too I want to show you. So anybody that tells you that anyone on Reddit, r/skiing, that tells you there's a black swan in here, I just want to show you. You see it right there, right? Risk off right here. The risk off on Mountain was in January 7th of 2022. If you were with us and you were trading Mountain, you never would have gotten caught in that trade to the downside. I would have told you risk off on Friday the 7th, the 22nd of January. And if you have our suite, you can actually set a fucking email to your phone that says the daily trigger is crossing the weekly trigger on my favorite stonk or investment until I'm an old man. And it would send you an email to say, sell your Vail stock right now, get the fuck out. So you wouldn't have even gotten caught in this. Matter of fact, you got a warning right here. You got a warning here. Then when you would be told to get long again, right here. So risk off, risk on, risk off. And you never would have gotten caught in this trade ever. You wouldn't have lost $1. So Mountain. There's my take on Mountain. What's going on over here? Are we going to hold this or not? We got to hold this. We can't roll this down here. Let's watch this closely now. I'll tell you what, Joey, like, I think we should use Claude, and I'll tell you later. I'll ping you in a DM. Keep this right here and see if we can hold it.
Yeah, surely expecting Trump to meet Venezuela's Machado. The video is on the feed.
Just check this really quick here.
And it looks like AP News have just pushed the time back to 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time rather than 12:30.
It's inaccurate. Just check the 4-hour really quick. We're building a nice base in here.
From Fed Sparkin, who's due to speak at the Virginia Economic Outlook. It's not determined, or it's to be determined whether text or Q&A is expected. Again, speaking at 12:40.
They're trying to run this down already. You can see it right here. There's a 4-hour right here. There's a 4-hour right here. This is a 1 hour.
There isn't a live video for this. It's an in-person event, paid event.
They really want to dump. They want to flush this here. I don't know if they can. I don't think they can flush it right now. They're trying. They're taking a stab at it early. I don't know if they can get the flush until 1:30. They are trying, though. Mountain, by the way. I like the stonk. Where everybody hates it on Reddit. Likely because they got caught. I think that's hilarious. You gotta love Reddit. It's like you just literally do the opposite of Reddit and you're good to go. We already hit that one, didn't we, back here? This right here for you. You know what? You might lose this. Watch out. The half-hour trigger is crossing the hourly trigger on SPX. We might actually lose this. Not yet, though. Don't take the puts yet. If we lose this right now, there's the target. We haven't lost it yet. Don't buy puts just yet. Not quite yet. Ooh la la.
Seeing Apple shares quickly extend decline to session low, down 0.3%.
Not yet. No puts yet. They'll suck you up and burn all your puts.
There aren't any headlines to back up the move, but we'll keep an eye out for anything and we'll relay that to you as soon as we can.
Being serious. Okay, ready? Oh, you got to wait here for a minute. We're not quite there yet. Hold on a second, boys.
Five minutes ago, we're expected to hear from Fed Sparkin. Again, no text or Q&A is to be expected, but it is to be determined, so we'll see. I'm just kidding. Hold on here. We're not quite there yet. Hold on, boys. Yeah, we got to draw this like this.
We're not there yet. Just open, just have it on the ready, okay? Don't touch it though. Don't just have it on the ready. It may not show itself, so we're not dropping yet. They could suck you into this. You don't want to get sucked into this. I should probably start watching the chain because I know a bunch of you are going to do it anyways. I know a whole bunch of you are going to be like, I'm already in puts, bros. Sorry. Don't do it. Don't do it. Puts are harder than calls. Don't do it. don't do it. I'd rather you miss the trade because we're better to buy. So I want to say that to you, right? If you're in Discord, we're better to buy. So if you miss this trade, it's fine. Your win ratio and puts is lower anyways. So don't get too crazy just yet. You can go right about there. Don't buy puts just yet. The better window to buy puts is like 1:30, 2:30 in the afternoon. So or it's only 12:40 right now. Give it a minute, boys and girls and theys and thems. Remember, timing. It's always timing. Yeah, what are you doing over there?
1 minute ago now to potentially expect to get comments from Fed's Barkin.
Like I'm getting an alert right now for RXO. Heads up out there. RXO getting an alert right now. I need to start naming these alerts like buy the dip or sell the rip. I don't name them. I should do that. So I can don't have to look at it to see where I'm at. Holy shit. Is it RTX maybe? I think RTX just hit a sell signal for me.
10 seconds.
What are we waiting on?
So nothing out of Barkin as of yet.
Why are we waiting for fucking Barkin? Fuck makes her so special. Why is Financial Juice dude, Financial Juice guy is bearish as fuck. That fucking guy is a fucking true bear. That fucking guy, every time we're on a high, he's like, oh, 3 seconds, Fed Chair Barkin's going to wipe her ass with toilet paper. I've got her in the toilet now for 15 minutes here. She's normally in there for only 10. One minute trigger now crossing the 5-minute trigger. This is a bear trap, by the way. Just a heads up to you out there. Just a note to you out there watching the show: do not be in puts right now. No puts, no puts, not yet. Matter of fact, I should put this in a. I should make this a dotted line so that you don't follow it. You need more time here for it to go down. Currently, it's a bear trap. It can sway. It can change, but at the do not trust this cross at the moment. Don't trust that cross at all. Not yet. Generous G is not a nice guy. Do not open puts. I've warned you like 10 times. Don't do it. Don't do it. Not yet. Look at them. They're draining them right now. It's good. Not yet. So there's a high tick right there. Bull's still alive right now. Bull's still alive. You see that tick right there? They're going to get another chance to send this higher. We're going to send it right just like that right there. They're going to get another chance to go right there. Need that to fail. We're not there yet, though. So you can see, if you want to watch it. We'll set this up again at 1:30 or 2. Be patient. If this reverses and goes to the upside, we can take the long. I want to see that one right there. And we need to watch this and do this right here. We can get the long here. Don't do anything right now. Don't do anything at the moment. No longs, no shorts. There's no long here yet either.
10 minutes away from the top of the hour, where we get White House Press Secretary Leavitt speaking. Fitch Ratings says 10% US credit card APR cap would materially reduce ABS loss cushion. And we have also posted a video out onto the feed for you to watch. White House trade advisor Navarro, posting on X, says that he criticizes reported Ford BYD battery deal talks. Again, Navarro criticizes reported Ford BYD battery deal talks. As a post on X. Navarro says Tesla footnote if Ford and BYD battery deal is successful. So again, that's Navarro saying Tesla would be a footnote if Ford and BYD battery deal is successful.
Okay, start pamping it then. If that's fucking true, start printing. Oh, they're pinning fucking Ford right now pretty harshly.
Fed's Barkin now speaking says that today's economy has two engines, AI and the rich. Just a reminder with Barkin, there is no live video for this as it is an in-person paid event. Barkin says it's hard to put weight on data from the past 3 months. According to Sim4 report on X, Paramount executives tried to lobby France's President Macron and French officials into action against Netflix Warner deal. And Barkin ends his remarks at the event in Richmond. Surely expected to hear from White House Press Secretary Levitt. Remember, the video is on the feed.
Spain's Prime Minister Sanchez says we will create a sovereign fund to extend the impulse of Europe's next generation funds beyond 2026. Spain's Prime Minister Sanchez says sovereign fund will draw 10.5 billion euros from EU funds and 120 billion euros through private debt.
Oh God, yes. Yeah. Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh God. Oh God, yeah. Oh man. Come on, baby. Come on. Don't fucking liquidate break me here. Oh God, yes. Oh God. Oh. Oh God, yeah.
According to the New York Times, Israel's Netanyahu asked Trump on Wednesday to delay an attack on Iran.
Oh, oh. Don't fucking flush it, you motherfuckers. Don't you fucking flush that shit. Don't you fucking dare. You bastards. Don't do it. You get your fucking time to send it down at fucking 2:00. Go back to your room. What is it? What are they? What's the? It's a old school Adam Sandler movie where the lady wants to leave the nursing home. Zip it. Get back downstairs and go to your crocheting. You zip it, volatility. You'll be able to get your thing, volatility, when I tell
White
you.
House press briefing is now starting.
Yep, there we go. We just hit that top one right there. This should start ripping higher here. See it right there? We should start ripping. You see, we got the tick right here. Come on. We got the tick right there, so it should start ramping here. They're stinky about this. All we got to do is take this fucking... These assholes are like right here. Just waiting here. Just a minute. Should be there. Should be okay right now. Oh, they're bastards here. They're really fucking boom, 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 selling. They're trying to steer the shit into like 695 into the close. I just want one more fucking rip right here. We did unlock it, so we'll see what happens. I'd like to see like just right in here, just like one more and then dump it down into 2 or into 4. Where's 4? I think we can go down over here, but I want to see one more up and then down. Unless they park it here, that would suck too. They're really fucking trying to sell this. Someone's actively out there fucking. There's probably like Bob's in the basement. He's like, buy, sell, buy. I gotta hit the exact fucking 695 or some shit. He's like barricaded himself in here. He's like, it's OpEx, bro. We gotta keep it. Gotta keep it exactly right here. Can't let it go up too high.
Six counterparties take 2.003 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Getting an alert on Curb right now. Curb. Yeah, this is. I'm getting the alert because there's a place to buy dips down here. Time's against us right now. We're losing time. Bulls losing time in here. I don't like being long after 1:30, 2 o'clock, somewhere in there. I'm not really a fan of it. My pumpkin is getting it's almost midnight.
White House Press Secretary Leavitt says Trump will outline housing initiatives in Davos next week.
Someone's trying to pin us into this like 132 or whatever. Why are they so stinky about it? Let me just move that back. You guys don't need to see that. Shit, I gotta go back to my thing just in case.
Fed's Daily says the Federal Reserve's job is to serve the American people. Fed's Daily says projections for growth are solid. So, a reminder at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, expecting comments from Fed's Schmid, who's due to speak on his economic outlook and monetary policy at the Economic Club of Kansas City, Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City. Text and Q&A is expected. Fed's Daily says a lot of uncertainty with risks to both sides of our goals. Fed's Daily says labour market is stabilising. Daily says inflation expected to improve over the course of the year.
Got a new higher high right here. Now need to make this one right here. We got
So
a
Fed's Daily
high,
is giving you a LinkedIn
new
post.
higher high.
Says
We
Fed
just need to
policy is in a good
take
place
this one
and
out
needs to
next. If we
be
can take that one
deliberate
out,
to
and then we can
calibrate
ramp.
policy.
Bull cross on SPY. Defending 1 minute trigger on SPX.
Daily confirming incoming data looks promising.
SPY now having a bull cross. Come on, fucking hammer it. Another alert here on RXO. So just a note, I have just a note, that was our upside target on RXO. If any of you out there were trading RXO with me, upside target was hit on RXO. There might be a cup and handle in here on RXO. Look for a drawdown. Close the gap at 366. Yeah, we're kind of getting hemmed in here to like 695 into the close. Someone's actively dumping here. I can feel it. There's literally someone in the market just going wham, wham. We should ramp here. We're not. We're stalling. If you are long RXO, get the fuck out. Don't worry about any more uppies. Look for the next dip buy to get. We called out RXO with a target. We hit it. The rest of it's FOMO up there. Don't mess with it.
White House says Trump and his team have told Iran if killing continues, there will be grave consequences.
Take the money and run on RXO.
And White House Levitt says 800 executions were halted in Iran.
There is a 4-hour trigger here, I think. Let me just look at this RXO really quick. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I've got RXO as like take the money and run, then buy the pullback on.
Never confirming Trump spoke with Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu.
I mean, I've got us going higher than this, but there could be a sweep lower. So if you're at home, want you to watch RXO. There's a daily trigger coming up to the weekly trigger. You should like pop up. You should like pop up. I want to see a pop up to trade like 1613, and then like a firm back test sweep of like 1408 before the larger move higher. It's still an extremely fucking bullish trade. It's still an extremely fucking bullish trade. RXO is a good long, but on like an intra here, let me show you guys. Here, I'll just bring it up here. I've only got it open here on Webull. If you're long RXO, anybody long RXO out there? Hold on. Just
Running just over a minute's time, expecting comments from Fed Schmidt. Economic outlook and monetary policy.
So this is RXO.
Kansas City Federal Reserve Bank. Text
just a
and
note
Q&A
here
is
in this
expected.
one. So you've got the prior high here, the gap to fill up here. You could potentially do this, but I don't like this right here. I don't like the idea of a flush and then move up. So just be careful on RXO if you're looking. The place to buy the dip here is $14. There's more going up here. Maybe we can go there, but this is the path right here. I'm getting alerts on it right now. I've got the alert. See the alert right here? This is the alert to trade this up. We hit it. This is FOMO gang right here in my view, and then you buy the dip right here.
10 seconds.
That's up to you, I guess. You guys manage it however you want. The trade is complete in my view.
Fed Schmidt says inflation is too hot. Schmidt says, I prefer to keep monetary policy modestly restrictive and that cutting rates could worsen inflation without helping employment much.
God
Schmidt
damn
says
it.
inflation
Fucking...
is a top concern among business contacts and that December CPI consistent with close to 3% inflation. Schmidt says monetary policy is currently not very restrictive and economy shows momentum. Schmidt says the labour market stresses are structural and rate cutting won't patch them over. Tax policy, deregulation are likely to boost investment, spending and demand, and there's no room to be complicit on inflation.
There's our first target hit. First target hit. If you want out, you can get out. If Your choice. Come on, give me one more. Fuck on up there. Come on. Don't fucking flush it. Who's calling me? Missing calls here. I'm working. Who's calling me? Trying to make my fucking money so I can fucking. Who the fuck is calling me right now? Can't you see I'm trying to make money? Not watching what the fuck I'm doing right now. Oh, it's a scam. Thank you. Should I call it back? Should I call? It says it's a scam. Should I call it back on the show? Well, I'll call it back. Let's call the scammers back. I'll fucking do 8 things all at once. Says it's a sheriff scam. It says I typed in the number. It said it was a scam. This is the it says it's loan college consolidation, but it said it was a county sheriff. What's going? Are we still green right now? Oh, we're still green.
Levitt says Trump expects credit card companies to lower costs. And Levitt says Trump is in a decision-making phase on the Fed. And the White House says Trump will make a decision on the Fed in the next couple of weeks.
Out of here. And that is why you join the fucking Discord around here. That's why you fucking join our Discord. If you know, you know. Because you took that fucking thing right from the fucking bottom tick, didn't you? Right from the fucking bottom tick down there. And that is why you join our fucking Discord. Why you join our fucking Discord. Woohoo! For the GIFs, for the gifts, for the Kathy Lee Giffords. Hold on a second, boys. Man, that cold air is not fucking pretty, is it? What are you talking about, UMAC? You guys talking about UMAC out there? You talking about UMAC ripping faces off? Is that what you're talking about? UMAC, the one we called out? How about KRMN? I got more for you today. You guys want more? You guys want some more spec growth?
So according to the Wall Street Journal, Trump was told attack on Iran wouldn't guarantee collapse of regime. Furthermore into it, President Trump was advised that a large-scale strike against Iran was unlikely to make the government fall and could spark a wider conflict, a US official has said, and for now will monitor how Tehran handles protesters before deciding on the scope of a potential attack.
Oh, man. I'm already out. You guys already know I'm out. Discord knows I'm out. I'm already out here. I'm flat. That one there, been flat. Well, this if you're still in, you can if you're still in, you can just watch this right here. There's a triangle right there. If you really want to start counting, I don't think we're going any higher than this. I think we're kind of pinned in here. You do have you could say that this is the count right here. Hold on. That's your prior high right there. There's your low, prior high. We just made the new high right there. So that's 1, 2, and 3 right there. I don't know if we sell all the way down there, if you get the extra FOMO leg up, but theoretically you have one more leg up there. We're so close to fucking OpEx that you may or may not get that pump up there. It's right here. You've still got the A down here, so you're kind of good with it. You're good right now to still go higher, but I just took this leg right here. I got very fucking. I got very like I broke my own rules. But that leg is still there right there. So this is actually one leg right here. That's why I stayed long. So that one right there is what I took. There is another one right there. God damn, that was a fucking 100%er right there. It was a 100% fucking trade, boys. Fucking stack them deep.
Levitt says Trump will work with anyone to fix credit card rates.
You know how this goes too, right? I'm going to get like fucking 9 straight winners. And then someone in the Discord's going to go down with 100 grand and fucking burn. Well, I just watched them do it 9 fucking times. I expect it to print the 10th time. I was super bullish up there with them. Oh, hey, fuck yeah, brother. Congrats. Paid his whole entire year today. Congrats. Yeah, I gave you a
We have posted the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for those interested.
Oh, fuck, merch. Hold on a second, boys. Hold on 1 second. We've been doing the merch thing in the background. Hold on a second here. Oh, yeah, merch. We've been working on merch here lately. We got a bunch of merch coming. That's so weird. We've been working on merch in the background too. That's actually a thing I've been doing.
And the White House says
hold
Trump
on
is
here.
closely monitoring situation on the ground.
Old
in Iran.
Manny, be right back. Woo! Wearing a hat right now. A new hat. I got a new hat.
I love it saying only Trump advisors.
Yeah, I got my new hat on right now. Oh yeah, it's a good one. I think I should should I flatten out? I should curve this one because it's canvas. I got the new hat on right now. How's that thing? That's a beautiful fucking hat, right? How's that for a hat right there? Oh yeah. We're talking we're working on merch right now. We're doing that too, believe it or not. Well, so we've been having meetings on it, and I met with a person that does merch for
It says the meeting on Denmark and Greenland was
like
productive.
NASCAR shit, and she does what? So she does fulfillment in her hometown. She doesn't go to like a merch company. She doesn't print it herself, but she does go to like a local printer and gets her shit printed there, so she can control the quality and buy in bulk, like buying in bulk, and you ship it yourself.
Continue every 2 to 3 weeks.
So merch is a weird thing. Like merch is like something where I can do the easy button with it, like just nice and easy, and but you can't control the quality or any of that stuff. This all looks good right here, by the way, guys. This all looks great. All this is a nice little triangle here. This looks beautiful. For more uppies. We'll just move this over a little bit just for time. Up there, move that over a little bit for time. Just note that the only thing I would say here is just be careful with the market is being manipulated right now. It's being steered. So be careful. But anyways, on the merch thing, I was gonna do like the like click it and you're done merch. And then I went down the fucking rabbit hole, and then I met this woman who's helping me with she does like merchandise is her business, what she does, not what I do. But she had some good points. She was like, you should do it yourself, even if you're not in it for the money. She's like, you can control the quality. She's like, you can control like shipping with that shit is weird. The prints might not be good. You can see your own prints and make sure that there's nothing wrong with your shit. And then you get to like mail it to people, and you get to do your own packaging. You get to write people notes and say something like, hey man, it's me. Happy holidays or whatever. So we're doing some merch stuff. I should have broke this out for you guys. I don't even this is so much shit I don't talk to you guys about. And I actually had a merch meeting this past weekend. So I'm getting closer. But dude, I went down the fucking rabbit hole. Like I had to look at ready now. This tells you that I'm not lying to you. I now know what heat presses are. Never knew what that was. Just learned that. What's it called? TGF or something? No, DTF. No, DTG and DTF. This is pretty sketchy in here, but because we're in this OPEX bullshit, but the triangle's still there. It's still fucking there. So, but anyways, like then I looked up like entry level screen printers. I looked up like 7-color, 5-color, 3-color screen printing. Screen printing is cool as fuck. I don't know if I have the space for it. I like the heat one a lot, but it's not at the same sexiness as real true screen printing. And then I looked up like how to screen print mugs and cups and cool shit like that. You can do that yourself too. They got machines for it, like rollers and stuff. And then I found a sticker, a guy that'll make stickers for me. So I got stickers coming. Finalized the sticker company. And what else? On that topic. I'm not looking to make money off merch. I'm looking for more of a personalized experience. So I have the space to do some of this myself, but I think I've curved back into, and I looked up printers. Instead of ordering the fucking prints that you iron on with the press thing, I looked up actual printers too, like dope ass inkjet printers, big ones. Some of them print white too, which is really fucking cool. But I don't think I'm there either. I was like, man, if I get too much down the rabbit hole. So I met a guy who has a print shop. That's where I'm at. I've met a guy that has a print shop. So now it's just a matter of getting this print shop to do the printing for me. But we're close. Like that? That shit's dope, right? And I got a bunch of sayings and shit. I got some really cool shit. I got a bunch of like math things, and then the one thing I hate about merch too is I don't like merch that's like a Trade the Trigger or Captain Jim James. I personally like the merch that's like a conversation piece. Like I want a reason for a specific person to speak to me. So if it's like a math problem, someone that knows that math and says, dude, I know what that means. Or dude, that's so fucking cool. No one wears that, you know, or I get that. So that's where we are with merch. We're pretty fucking close to having some merch for you. And I got some cool shit. Like I got some fucking cool shit. I do. I got some cool shit. That is like it's for what we do, right? Like we trade the stock market. You would see that somewhere and say, no one's gonna get that but me. And I think that's cool because you can meet people in the wild that way, right? If you want to meet your kind out in the wild, you can wear this stuff, and it's either gonna make somebody question, like, what the fuck does that mean? I have no idea what that means. Because everybody wears that shit, right? Everybody wears like polo or something or a label. Oh, that's Supreme. But in reality, if you're gonna wear that stuff, you want to be like, you either want people saying, I've never seen that before and I have no fucking idea what it means, so I'm gonna go ask them, or someone that gets the inside joke and giggles and just walks up to you and says, dude, I know what that means. And I bought another website. I've got a bunch of handles and stuff, like website names and stuff for it. So like you'll direct to our website, but then I got a whole nother thing for like, I'm not going to tell you what the names are. But anyways, yes, merch. We're going to do merch. And I get cheaper prices for you too, if I do it myself. So like what's really fucked up is like, I was looking at merch and shit, like merch companies. It was really fucking weird. Like, they're charging you like $30 for a fucking t-shirt, and then or people charge like 50 for it so they can make some profit. And I'm like, wait a minute, I can buy a better quality shirt for way less and sell a t-shirt for like, fucking $10-20 or something. Something reasonable. I would hate to buy like a piece of merchandise and not have it be good quality, be good. Pay that money and then something go wrong along the way. Like I think when you ask for that money, if you're like, hey, I want $50 for a shirt, If anything goes wrong in that process, I'm going to be fucking pissed, like raging. Like if it takes 3-4 weeks to get to me, if it takes fucking, if it's not right, if it's not quality, if it doesn't last, not my right size. And I just don't think you get that through these merch companies that are like the standard. So anyways, that's where we are. We're close. Really close. I totally forgot about this hat. I've been buying a bunch of merch and checking it out and like, do I like this style? Do I like the idea of this? Any of that kind of stuff. So, that fucking hat that I wear, the green one. Have you guys seen the green one? Have you guys seen the summer intern for Enron? I wear that thing. I've worn that thing out in public just to gauge reaction on it. And I've got some shirts and some hats and stuff, and I wear them out to see what people think of them, and I get a reaction every fucking time I go out on all that stuff. So, I'm hoping to do that with our merch too, and that they have that same kind of an effect. Yeah, the Enron cap is good. The Enron cap, and people will double take on it. They'll stop me and say, "Dude, that's fucking baller." I know exactly what that is. But like Luckin, I'm not gonna say some of them, but like Luckin Coffee, like there's a whole bunch of cool ones, like Bill Huang, and then a picture of fucking I don't want to say it. And then have someone say that's not his name. Sorry. And NVIDIA bro's gonna get so mad at me. Meet a bear out in the wild. Fucking BYD hats. Leader in self-driving cars, BYD. Oh man. Number one electric car company in the world, BYD. Piss off my whole family who works for Tesla. I might get out here, boys. They're trying to pound this into the close here. We're losing the A right now, just so you can see it. That's not good. They're going to try to dump this down, roll us in. We are in the witching hour. If it starts to improve again, we can, if you want to, you can stay long here. Sorry, I shouldn't say close it right now. You would close it up here, like right in there. And if we get another high, we can take the long again in there. Just be careful in here. It's looking kind of weak. We already took our fucking trade, boys. We're good. Insurrection Act. Interesting. We have used the Insurrection Act in the past. I find it ironic that he's going to use it in Minnesota.
Goldman Sachs extends gain to 5% on record equities trading revenue.
I find it interesting that he's going to pick a bone with Minnesota. Yeah, I'm not I don't know, like, so that's a tough discussion. Like, I'm reading the tweet right now. It says Joe Walsh is saying this has always been the plan: incite violence and unrest, invoke the Insurrection Act, declare martial law, suspend the midterm elections. I don't agree with that. I don't think they suspend the midterm elections. I do think there's a chance of suspending the general election, but that would only coincide with a whole bunch of other stuff. So we're not there yet. So the only way that we suspend the general election, if we were to, would be if something really fucked up happened. And the only thing that I can think of under those circumstances would be like mass unemployment due to general AI, and the entire population was to freak out or something. But even then, I don't think we would suspend the general election. I don't think so. Like if you're going to make that argument, I'm saying you could potentially make that argument only if some other things happen. I don't think Joe Walsh is either being genuine or is trying to invoke emotions from people. I think you can suspend elections, but you need more than just like Minneapolis, someone dressed up as a brony and throwing a piss bottle at an ICE vehicle. So I don't see it. I see the opportunity to suspend elections, but it would be the general election. Watch out! You've got a bear plane forming up here. You have a bear plane now forming on both SPX and SPY. Just note that here. Watch out for a flush to the downside. If we do get the flush, the targets are down below 692 is the first one. Next one is 691. I think that then we got one more down here, the buy the fucking dip at 690. I don't think you're going straight down to 690, but just to be aware of it. Velocity is still good right now. We still don't have the cross in the 1 and 5 minute just yet, so don't be getting short here. Don't do it yet. If we get short, I'll tell you. I'll tell you on the show. If it's time to buy puts, I'll say something. You can open them up if you want, but just don't get them just yet. Not yet. I think we're roped in here. I have a feeling that we're going to be hovering around this 695, in and around this fucking number. So I don't think we're going anywhere. Yeah, I don't see. I don't. Maybe the Insurrection Act. I could see that, but even then, it's Insurrection Acts are usually for like a small area for a limited amount of time. If any of you have any experience with an Insurrection Act or have any experience with the history of Insurrection Acts, they normally are like very focused on a specific area for a predetermined amount of time. So don't be baited into that conversation. If you can, try not to. Do I agree with the Insurrection Act for Minneapolis? No. Can it happen in Minneapolis? Yes. Is it the end of the world? No. Not at all. And I would also say something else to you here in Minneapolis. You know, when that guy, that Ross guy, shot that fucking woman, which he should not have fucking done. If you recall, just after it, Minneapolis politicians said that they were going to fight back or whatever, knowing that the FBI was going to step in the next day and shut it all down. So I'm going to tell you that your elected politicians, you know, it's like washing hands of stuff. It's kind of like, hold me back, bro. You know, I'm going to do something, and then they don't. Our politicians are not far off from each other. This is the first low. You could take the next low on this trade right here, and we should go all the way down here. Let's go all the way down here. Don't take the puts yet. You got to get the rejection. You got one more pump right here. They're going to give a bull. They always give a buyer, a seller, an out. There, we can watch this together. But if you want to open some puts, you can get close to opening puts now. Getting fairly close to it. You start slamming that put button. We're almost there. That's a nice red candle right there. You're going to see the buyer like fail to go up. And then you're going to see a big fucking red candle straight down here. Whammo. We'll take that one out right there. And then we'll take this one out right here. Move that over just so you can see it now. And remember that we instigated the up trade right here. So this is where I was. You guys know in the Discord where I was. So I started right here. So that's your first target on the downside. You'll watch the failure of the buyer in this candle. And then we'll start targeting at least right here. Your first target 694 and your second target is going to be 693. Watch that last green candle right here. They're going to shut the door. Hey, you don't I should rephrase that. You don't always get the return, or you don't always get the opportunity to get out. It's about 74 to 80% of the time you'll be given that candle, most enough that you should do it. If you are not given that green candle and it's just red, 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 you should stay long because it will come back. If you're not afforded it now, you'll be afforded it later in time. So, but you're always looking for that last green candle. And they gave it right there. You can see it. They gave the last green candle right there. They gave one more chance to get out, and now they're going to flush it. Your next target is right here. Target here where my cursor is, and target right here. Here, I'll just draw it in for you guys so you can see the two targets. Make it easy. First two targets right here. Fuck yeah, BYD hats.
Just seeing a little bit of downside movement at the S&P 500.
Thanks, Financial Juice. Thanks for telling us that, bro.
Currently seeing no headline to back up this move, but we'll keep.
God, look at that. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm in so much pain right now. Oh. 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 So much pain. I lost all my money. My bank is gone. Oh. You caught me up here, bro. Yeah, that was all those long calls. You took all my money. Can we get one more? Can we get like one more smash in here? One more smash down there, maybe? That'd be nice. Can we get one more? I mean, we didn't quite get down there. When we hit this one right here, but can we get another big fucking red candle right here? Can we get another wick right there? Like a big fat fucking one right there? Now, what else is important right now? Think about something else right now. I want you to, as we're fucking around and joshing, what else should you be thinking about right now? What time is it? 2:07, right? When did this downstroke come into the market? This is 2 o'clock, right? Where did it start up here? Remember when I said I don't like being long at 1:30? Why? I was like, yeah, I think we're trading right here, and I was like, oh man, we're so goddamn close to this fucking 1:30. My pumpkin is gonna be old, right? Why is my pumpkin old? Anybody out there? We're creating a new 4-hour candle right here, right? New 4-hour candle in here. Yeah. I bet you some good traders like, oh, I hate this fucking guy. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the guy that doesn't know what he's doing. Be nice to them. They'll remember us one day when we're old fucks and dying. So we got, what do we got here? Let's look at the trigger screen. Let's delete everything. We got a new candle, right? Let's go to the 4-hour and see if we got a new candle. Hey, check it out. We got a new candle. Pivots. Check it out. So these are 4-hour candles, right? This is a new baby candle. We just bore a baby candle right here. We got a new high on that 4-hour. That's good. That's good. Now, where's bottom on that 4-hour candle? Well, I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. Well, why don't we look at the prior 4-hour and see what this thing says? So let's take a peek here. We got this right here. We got this one right here. And we don't want to give up most of this candle, right? You could probably say this, right? You don't want to give that up, right? Like if there was a bottom to this candle, like at the most, you wouldn't want this going anywhere near this, right? You kind of want these buyers to step in right here, right? You want these, know that these buyers are here, right? We had a nice low right there. And I was like, yeah, we'll go down here and then maybe a little bit more from
each in chip investment and credit guarantees.
A little bit more if we're greedy, right?
On goods from Taiwan.
Now let's look at one other thing here.
Tariffs on Taiwanese auto parts.
This is a 1-hour candle.
The White House statement describes U.S.-Taiwan trade.
And we took this candle out right here.
System for future chip.
Voice news disconnected.
We took this candle out right here. We made a new low. We have not taken out this candle, though, have we? You see that? We have not taken out this hourly candle with that downstroke. That might be bottom right there. That might be bottom. I have a feeling that's at the bottom of our next 4-hour candle. That looks pretty good. I mean, I was like, can I get down just a little bit more? I was being a little greedy. But, so this would be a 4-hour candle right here. Even though these are 1-hour candles. So where do we need to go next? We need to go up, right? We need to go up, right? We need to go up here, right? Somewhere up there, right? That would be the thesis, right? This is a 1-hour candle, but we want to keep 693.61. 693.61. You see it? And we'll write this in here. Hold on. We want to write in 1. And I want to write in 4 down here, right? 4. And we want to like start trades from down here, right? And you can kind of see, do you see the half an hour trigger coming up? Half hour trigger's racing up here, right? And the 4 hour is coming up right in here, right? So let me ask you another question here. When you're using triggers and I say, hey, it does the work for you. So let's say it goes all the way down here. Bounces up here, right? And then bounces up here, you're good to go, right? So whenever I'm like, hey, if you see the price get underneath here, right, and then makes a new low, you don't want to buy the dip on the hourly, right? So the hourly trigger auto tells you not to buy, right? You broke through here, and then if you make the new low, you have opened the door to downside, so you're waiting for the 2 dips to go higher, right? 2 new highs off the hourly trigger. If you don't get the 2 new highs to take the long, right, you have broken through the door to go lower. The same thing applies to the half an hour trigger. If you see the bounce on the half hour trigger, say you see the bounce off the half hour trigger, right? That's extremely bullish, right? Same thing with downside when we're rejecting the half an hour trigger. The half an hour trigger is telling you you're extremely bullish or extremely bearish. Does that make sense? So so this is like triggers are like a dumbed down version of what? ICT. It's for people that don't want to, like spend all day long measuring. Right? So the dumbed down version is triggers. So what else are we looking at here for this? We're in 1 hour right now, but what are we looking at here? We got our 4 hour up there that'll tell us if we're going higher. That could be the low right there, but what could we see in here? Like we could see more down, couldn't we? So you'd be drawing this something like this, right? Something like that, right? Seems right. And can we drag into the close? You bet your ass we can. We can drag all the way down here all we want, right? And then we go into tomorrow's OpEx. Maybe we swing up, right? We just got to have to hold this in here, don't we? Do we need to do anything else today? Let me ask you that question. No. Is the way up or down right now? It's up. So any dip that you can buy down here, we are going to buy, right? There's something else we want to check right now, too, which is velocity. We want to make sure that velocity is still on our side, right? So let's look at velocity. Let's look on a 30-minute basis here. And we've got some negative 15-minute. We have some lower highs on 30-minute velocity. So that's still owes to like maybe the low is not in terms of like, can we go down more? Yeah. We can go down more. The half an hour is a little weak, so can we go down here and go up? Yep. Can we go down here and up? Yes. So yes and yes. So maybe we should draw this slightly lower. We'll draw this down here. We can go all the way down there, I think, roughly there. As of right now, we can go all the way down here. That's open to do. And we already know that this is kind of weak. So that's, normally I would say it's right here, but I want you to know that we can go all the way down there. Okay. So we know that right now. Let's go back to the daily really quick. Take a peek at this. Just take a peek and see what we got. We don't want to be down here. We got some gappy gap down here to close. We could snap that line in there for the gap. We'll make a note of that gap down there just in case. And we'll write gap. Just for awareness, right? Now remember, when we open the door to downside, it doesn't mean we're going down there. It just opens the door. So let's say we went all the way down here. Door is open. You're now underneath the hourly trigger. But let's say you close the gap. Cha-ching. But then we go back up here and we recover the hourly trigger. You're safe again, right? We just closed the gap. If you were to make a new low right here, though, what would that mean? Pretty fucking bearish, right? Looking for fucking blood down here. Now, we're not there right now, so don't get all bared up or get crazy or anything. We want to mark that gap. We're then going to go to the 4 hour right here. The hourly velocity is still good. The reason why I'm not drawing that in, if you look at hourly velocity, hourly velocity on a 30-minute basis, still bullish. This is saying it's going to hold. This was the best one right here. This was the close yesterday. But we are, there is a little bit of declining in here. You see that? That's not good if we were to go back down and make another bigger low. That's not good. So we're cautious here. But this could go up. So we're just cautious here. Okay? On hourly velocity, we're just cautious. We just need to see some improvements in position. So let's take a peek at this on a 4 hour basis. Let's take a look. Good new candle. We'll come back to all this other shit that I drew in here in a minute. We just want to see where the 4 hour buy is. Hey, look at that. It's right here in the gap. So it's a gap. There's a gap right there. We're going to put this right in the middle. No, put it right here. We're going to draw this up. We got a gap down to there. We got a gap down here. I don't think we're going down here, but we'll draw it in just so you can see it, so you have awareness. We can delete this later. Gap right there. And this is a 4. I always like buying the 4 hour. Flush into the 4 hours key. Always like a flush to the 4 hour. Leave that there for right now. Nothing else to see here. You guys don't need this stuff. I only use this for the show, but you guys can just trade this off of the triggers. We got the gap. We got the 4. We got another 4 right here. All these white lines are just, if we break this stuff, be wary. If we go down here and slam through this, be wary of that down there to go up. We're not there yet. Put this back over here. We've been leaving gaps behind a lot. There's no requirement that we go back down here. And let's look at, what do we see above here? I don't see nothing here. We're just floating around. Just floating around here. The half an hour trigger's coming up. Half hour trigger's a little weak. And make it just like this. We don't 1 hour basis. Yeah, just down in here. This is going to be, where's 9 a.m. Friday? Thursday, where's Friday? Hold on. Still on the 698.5 trade. Don't need that anymore. Right in there. Where is it? It's right in here. Tuesday at 9 a.m. We don't want to be in the market at 9 a.m. on Tuesday. Get rid of that. We know about that, but we don't need to see it anymore. We know about the gap. We don't need that anymore. You guys can burn that in your brain. There we go. Now this is the 4-hour candle. Let's go back to the 4-hour candle real quick. As long as this holds right here. Hold on here. As long as this holds, for that, we tagged it already when that candle. As long as this holds right there, this will turn into a 4-hour. It's not a 4-hour yet, but it will be. It will be a 4-hour candle. We're gonna leave this one down. See this dotted line down here? We can take this see how we can take this 4-hour candle all the way down here. I'm gonna raise it just a little bit here. I'm gonna raise a little bit up. I don't want to see us go any lower than that right there. Right there. Perfect. That's what I want to see. We'll get rid of that. We just know that that's the 80% mark right in here. Get rid of this. That right there. That's what I'm looking for, right in there. Nice and beautiful, right? I'm going to give you this as an expectation for tomorrow. So looking at this right now. Stop with me here. Looking at this right now. So where's 9 a.m.? Where the fuck is Friday at 9 a.m.? I'm going to give you more time than you need. Now, just look at this chart here. I'm not showing you anything else. I'm not showing you anything else here. I'm going to snip this for you, but what I want you to do, it's only 2:30 in the afternoon. What do you see in this chart? There's a lot of like question marks in here, isn't there? And we're kind of consolidating in here right now, right? So if we're consolidating in here, right? We're just consolidating. We just kind of have to hold on in here. We're going to pound out a bottom, and this is going to race up. There's not a lot to do here, is there? So if you wanted something to do here, what would you be looking for? Like, hey, Cap, to have a trade here. I would say no. I mean, I would say no, not unless we were to trade above. I mean, I'll be honest with that. Do I think we can like start going up here, make a new high, and then maybe begin to base this? Take that trade? Sure. But I don't see a trade here right now. You know what I mean? Like we could dick around in here, dick around, then you flush everybody out. I like that trade better. Let's look at this in a 4-hour. Like I wouldn't mind taking along here on the next 4 hours. You know what I mean? But we're not there right now, are we? We're not there. We're not trading above this, are we? It's a 4-hour candle. Like if we're trading above here, start making new highs, I'm down with that. We're not up here, are we? So let's look at this now on a 1-hour basis. Again, it's just kind of fucking around, isn't it? Let's go look at this on a 1-minute basis and see what we can see. So we're just kind of parked in here, right? It's kind of dicking around in here, right? And the 1 in 5 or the half-an-hour trigger is racing higher right now. That's great. Hourly trigger is racing high. So where was the last place that everybody was? They were down here, right? This is 11 a.m. There's your 9:53, 11 a.m. You don't want to make a new low either, right? Let's look at where those buyers are. So you got these buyers here, this wick right here. I would say that these buyers are more than likely like right here. Somewhere down in there. If they're here. If they're here, they're right here. So we'll look at this again right here. Let's see where this matches up to our line. Hey, check it out. It's right here. So let's just check that again. Make sure on the right. Oh, we're a little bit higher than we should be. It's right here. And let's say I'm wrong. Say it's like, oh my God, they're not going to buy this. Well, we start looking at the last lows down here. And check it out. This is 1800. My hair is itchy now with this hat on. Maybe it's because I was sweating outside or something, but maybe it's down here in this 4 hour right here. Right, there's your other 4 hour right there. Yeah, it's fine. Bloodbath through, clean out some gappage. I know some people are like, bro, we're going down here, then we're going down there. We're going to close all those gaps, bro, and then we're coming back up here and you can have your fun. Yeah, maybe. Possible. Look at it. Bro, you got this big old thing right here. There's your cup. There's your fuck you handle. Then we're out here. It's possible. Am I going to take a long here? The answer is no. No long. What I want to do is I want to see if the buyers show up here. And this is also at 10 a.m. If these 10 a.m. buyers are not here, then we're looking towards all this shit over here, right? But we're not there yet, are we? So we'll do nothing at this point. We're not going to do anything. Okay? We're not going to do a goddamn thing. We're just going to watch this. And we're going to watch this here. Where is it? There's 5 p.m. 5 p.m. 1500, excuse me. For 3 p.m. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong one. Now 14:30. We just want to watch this. We're not going to do anything right now. Going to watch this right now. Just watch what the reaction is here. And bears are like, we're going all the way down here, bro, cleaning all that shit out. I'm like, not quite yet, bro. I have a feeling we're going to be pinned in here. I have a feeling we stay parked. This is what I think we do. I think we fucking grind. If we can get the plunge, I'd be stoked, but I don't think it's going to happen with OPEX tomorrow. Maybe. Give me a dip to buy if that's the case. Watch this close. Move that out of the way. Nope, buyers are still there. Buyers are still here. New intraday low there. See your nice little bear plane above. So you can see it all. Oh. Yeah. Half-hour trigger we said too early is weak. Half-hour trigger is weak. 15-minute is weak. Hourly trigger not weak. There's a little bit more down we can go. There's one more. There's possibly one more leg down, boys. There's one more left in here. It's FOMO, but there's one more up there. I don't know if the Bulls have it just yet. I think we grind. I don't think Bulls have a chance till 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Maybe 3. 1:30 to 2, maybe. I think they're going to grind you out for the next, I think the rest of today and tomorrow during the day. I would grind you out as much as possible into tomorrow. As we get closer to the day, you could get an unclench, but it's not guaranteed. It could be the close or Monday where you get the unclench. You might get it. It's just your chances get better as time passes. Be patient if you're a bull. I guess this could go all the way up, but I don't think you're going to go that high. I think close the door on you right there. That's what I would do. Yeah, right there. A little bit cleaner. Just check the HT on 30-minute and SPX really quick. 15 minutes still coming down. HT on 30 minutes looks good. Not as good as on SPY. The half HT is kind of garbage on SPX. Hold on here. Fuck that up. I'd like to see that HT burn a little bit. If you guys watch the 30-minute on half HT, I still don't like it. I still think we drag here. If you're looking for a next leg down, you want to see this reject above. I'm stealing that one. I'm stealing that one. Hold on, I gotta download that. I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that shit. Oh my god, that's comical. Lutnick, they always send Lutnick out to do that, don't they? I know, they always make the fucking threats with, like, no one would ever take Besant seriously with that shit, so they use Lutnick. Okay, so what are the rules that you're looking for here? Oh, wait a minute. What are the rules that you're looking for here? There's your HT, right? This is your prior high. You got two of them, right? You got this high right here, and you got this one right here. So the bears kind of need to keep this down, right? Now let's say this recovers. We went over this yesterday. Ready? Should I just? I don't want to draw. It's gonna look messy, but this white line is we're going higher. By the way, I already drew that in earlier. So there's one right there. There's one right here. Like right there. So if you're a bull, you can trade this, of course. Just that. That's it. That's all you can trade. We went over this yesterday, I think. So if you were like, hey, I want to get bulled up again, what do you want to see here? You want to see this one get taken out, and then you want to see this one get taken out, right? And then you can buy this right here. Are we there right now? No. Say no, Cappy, no. We're not there for you to buy a dip, right? There's your 1 minute trigger slipping up, and there's your 5 minute trigger right there. So can you buy the 1 and 5 and the 1 and 5 minute trigger right now? No. Say no, Jim James. So we're not there right now. So we're not going to look at that just yet. Right? We're just going to park ourselves right here. We know that this is weak. And I think we drag ass down here. Let's just look at what we got here. What's going on in here? Let's go to a 1 hour basis. Don't be getting all weirded out. We're on a 1 minute chart. You guys are freaks. Just look where we are. That right there. Get this out of here. Just see it? Is that cleaner for you? We're still holding up there, right? See it? Not going anywhere. I still would like to see more lows, though. The more the merrier. I don't know if we can get them, though. Can't sell this market if you tried. Did you guys take puts out like I told you to? Did you guys take puts? I didn't. I was going through the thing. Good job, trade TR808. Fuck yeah, brother. Where did I say buy puts? Right here, right? App said buy puts right here. Oof. That's nice, right? App said one more green candle that will fail. And buy Z put. Give me more down. More down. They're putting around up here now. Come on, Bears. You don't need that one either. Well, let me bring this back over here for you. Oh, look at that dip buy. Hey, check it out. Dip buy. And then dip buy. Can we get one more dip buy down here? Oh, you sold early? Good job, though, Visionary, buying those puts. I just reposted the gamma chart for you inside the Discord from this morning, where I showed you where the dip buy was. There's one more lower. That's 6925. I don't think we can get there. 650 is the so let's look at this really quick. SPY has us at 694. This is net gamma 1 day. So that looks horrible. Jesus Christ. That's a D. That's a T. 1 date gamma. This is 694. And this is 695. God damn. Oh my God. Dude, what's up with these fat? Sorry for this looking so horrible. This is 694, 695. There are some lower lows in here. This is your 695, 688, 678. Don't look at that shit right now. But this is your pin right here, 694, 695. We're trading 693.55 right now. Your two date volume right where we are right now. Let's look at that. And we've got 694 and 695. Color me shocked. And we are sitting on 694 and 695. Color me shocked. We're trading 693.52, I should say. Any more lows down here will be a gift. I don't know if you'll get them or not, but they'll be a gift. If you can catch a low, by all means, think about buying it. That is financial advice. No, do not buy puts for next week. You're better to buy here on an unclench. Now, let me go over this for tomorrow. I want to discuss some things with you, okay? Get out your fucking notepads. I gotta go potty. I've been sitting here all morning, so I gotta go potty. Listen to this closely. When you hear the word unclench, it is not necessarily bearish. An unclench means that the market is free to move. That could be, I don't think I like that over the top of the, I don't like that button up there. You can't, or do not take unclench as bearish. That is used, not unclench, but the act of the unclench is used to sell you subscriptions. I'm not going to tell you who, but you probably already know out there that you're probably paying for other services. I watched this recently with a big service. Again, we have they just sell you this stuff. So what do you do here? If I'm trying to sell you a service, what am I going to tell you? We could potentially unclench an OpEx in Vixperation and get down. Right? Go down. The window is there. We can go down. I want you to remember that. Because it might be the inverse. If that guy or that service was out there not selling, if let's say fear didn't sell and happiness sold, that fucking service would be telling you that an unclench is potentially up because it sells tickets. You have to put the blinders on and realize that it can mean down and it can mean up. Both outcomes are possible. Now, on the topic of unclench, if you think it's going to unclench and bloodbath to the downside, you then have to think about what would be the unclench that's negative. And then ask yourself, is it OpEx or Vixperation? And I'm going to tell you that if you look at the data, your biggest negative outcome unclench is not normally OpEx. It's normally Vixperation. But Vixperation normally comes before OpEx. In this case, it comes after. So there's no help there with an edge. So if you're looking for like Vixperation on the 15th and OpEx on the 18th, you have a better chance of a negative outcome, percentage-wise, closer to Vixperation before OpEx. On this case, though, we have Vixperation after. And you'll oftentimes see people sell you a story that, hey, OpEx will be the first unclenched negative, and then your next one's going to be a Vixperation, and we're going to go down. What I'm going to tell you is that OpEx typically isn't the unwind you're looking for when it's first. You'll see like we'll wind into or drill into OpEx, and then thereafter there's a better potential for you to get the down move on Vixperation. That's next Wednesday. So you would say this without trying to sell a fucking service. You know what I'm talking about. Without trying to sell a fucking service, you would say to somebody, we're probably magneted on OpEx, and then you could potentially get a negative unwind on Vixperation, and even more so on month end. Does that make any sense to you out there? Hopefully it does. And we're more than likely tied into OpEx right now, at least today. Now, we have OpEx on Friday, and then over the weekend and Monday, Tuesday, we start getting a little bit more hairy. Is it negative or is it positive? In our case, I am not bearish yet on OpEx unwind, Vixperation unwind. I kind of am. But what I don't like seeing is that we have the 7,000 above, and a bunch of that shit is rolling off. Not a ton of it, but a bunch of it is. If a bunch of that shit rolls off, there's a good chance that we could trade that 7,000 or near it. The problem that we have right now is that motherfuckers are rolling out their 7,000 calls now to March. That's a problem. It's not that we can't get over it. We just need a reason to get over it. We either need like good financials, or excuse me, good financial ERs. We need good tech ERs. We need like set the stage for everybody to start rolling higher. And we haven't had that yet. Like 705, 710, 715, 720. Does not happen. Everyone's reined in their bets just looking for a print with in the money shit. And even when they're rolling out, they're not rolling up. They're rolling out in time and not up in price. Okay? So we have that problem going on right now. Now, even though we have that problem going on right now, or an issue with that going on right now, I'm not necessarily bearish at this point. Like, we're going to crash. We're going to go down and trade fucking 675 and 680 and fucking whatever. I'm not there on that trade just yet. That bearish, like, it's going to be doom and gloom. Even though there's like kind of like a door above keeping us from going higher. I'm not in that camp as of yet. So where does this all lead? What does this all lead to? What does this all lead to? It leads to. Hold on a second here. Let me put this back right here. What does all this lead to? It leads to don't drink too much Kool-Aid, I guess is the point. In like the unwinding, the unclenching, the we're gonna go to the depths of hell because of all these calls dying, any of that kind of stuff. No one's hedged enough, that kind of stuff. That has not proved right for any of these fucking bears for like weeks now. So don't get too bared up just yet on an unclench. What I would say to you would be, if you see weakness into OpEx, if you see weakness into Vixperation the day before, and that's the other thing too. This stuff is like a window. It's not one day. It's like the day before, the day of, and sometimes the day after. It gets a little long in the tooth in the third day, but like the day before, the day of, the day after. Anyone that's out there that tells you they're going to pinpoint it, they're wrong. You have to look for the signs of it. Anyone that's out, if you have anyone out there telling you it's going to happen on this day at this time, there's no saying if it's going to happen, and there's no saying what the unclench is, vertical or lower. Anyone that's telling you that, I'm telling you right now, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You can hope and plan, and you can position for it on a high, I guess, if you're bearish on it. But don't buy in anybody telling you that like they know that it's going to be this or that. I can't tell you how many emails I get from that company, and they're like, "Oh, it didn't happen. We didn't get it." You know what I mean? So like they pump it up to sell you memberships, and then if it doesn't happen, fuck it, we'll do it again. Fear sells. You know, blood sells the front page. So you as a real trader, a real investor, you really need to be better at positioning for that. That would mean if you sell a major high and you want to try to capture that down trade, that's fine. But like what normally happens is a trader will read that stuff, and then they'll see this right here, and they'll be like, oh my God, I got to get puts right now. Already at a low. And they get fucking annihilated. So you know, understand what I'm saying by that? Like you can position for that outcome, but you need to do it on a high. You can't be like, oh my God, it's bleeding right now, and I read that fucking thing last week, and now I think it's going down, and they trap you in, and you're getting fucking annihilated. If any of you guys have been in that situation, I get it. So at this point, I think I already said it. Your top line is you're looking for a dip to buy. I don't think a major unclench comes on OpEx. Like negative downside. I think if you really wanted like downside unclench, you'd be looking closer to Vixperation or even month end. Last night I posted on Twitter. You probably wouldn't see an invasion or attacking Iran until Vixperation. If there was a window to do it, you could cover. If I was in the White House, I'd be like, hey boss, if you really wanted to strike Iran, you'd probably want to do it on Tuesday. Everything okay? What was that? That was my cat. It freaked me the fuck out. I don't know what she did, but she fell from like a story up or something. I don't know what the fuck she was doing. She was really high and then fell. So my point here stands, which is I made this post on Twitter saying, hey, you got a window to do it like after OpEx into Vixperation on Twitter yesterday. So if I was at the White House, I'd be like, yeah, don't attack Iran today. I'd be like, do it. You have a window that you can do it. It's post OpEx, post Vixperation, month end. If any guys out there that are like, oh my God, the stock market's going to crash. There was no crashing the stock market yesterday. There was none. There was no window for it. And the same thing with invasions, wars. We normally invade after OpEx or QuapEx. Never before as we come into that like magnet. There's I think what's his name out there? I haven't talked to him in a long fucking time. Who's the guy that does the who's the guy from Blackwater or BlackRock? I forget his fucking name. Andy Constant. Andy Constant makes a great point where he shows the vortex and he shows the magnet. What he's telling you is that as we come into OpEx, we like drill into a certain price, and there's nothing. A nuclear war could happen, and nothing's gonna fuck with that price. The market participants will buy and sell, not just dealers, market maker dealers, but like institutional holders will buy and sell market to force price, where the rest of the market is driving into to make all these options go to die. Basically, they'll buy the market back when they need to. They sold a bunch of options. They're buying it back. There's a bunch of other parties out there doing this and that and this and that. And you don't want to get in the way of it during OpEx. So do I think we unclench during OpEx? No. Do you have a window to unclench? Yes, post OpEx, and your best bet is Vixperation and month end. Now, am I bearish on this? No, I'm not. We're better to buy in my viewpoint. I got a potty so fucking bad. I'm holding the piss in. It's going down my leg right now. It's like filled up my foot, my ankle, my kneecaps filled with pee. But I'm trying to impress upon you is that if you're looking for an unclench, whether up or down doesn't matter. It's probably post OpEx, closer to Vixperation, and what's another thing I want to tell you? We have not lost trend. I want to tell you that right now. Remember when we were going down last February and I was always looking for a break of trend? Remember when we were going up this year and I told you all year long you're looking for a break of trend into OPEXs and more particularly QOPEXs? We haven't broken trend yet. So if we wanted to lose the market on OPEX, if we wanted to lose the market on OPEX, like a new trend, you really need to be underneath, not just a little, but you need to be underneath significantly after OPEX. Like you need to be under trend significantly. And then like you're walking into, like you need to like trade down into this. I drew that wrong. I should draw that. That's not the right way to draw it. So you've got trend, right? You really need to like be under here coming into Vixperation in month end. So you get like the blood on Vixperation, and then you're trying to get back up into the new month. And when people are rolling up or down, they'll be like, oh my God, I'm so bearish. It's the first of the month right here. New OPEX. Let's hedge, bro, just in case. And all these negative puts come in. So what ends up happening is you get the rolling of contracts on your new month, right? You get your VIXI over here. And then you get your rolling of contracts and the initial blood from that, the dealers are chasing. That gives you your new low. And then you get one more rip higher, and then we blood. This is the dealer stopping chasing the puts. They'll buy the market back up here, and the moment that they come back, they don't need to hedge anymore. Then we'll drop. And we're not there right now. You got to set the work that it takes to get there, to break trend at this point in the month, we're not there. So I'm not bullish yet on, I'm not bullish here yet on trend. I'm not bearish yet here on trend on Vixperation. So when I say to you something like, hey, I'm just looking for not OPEX, but I'm looking for VIXI and the new month flows, I guess I should draw this over here. So here's Vixperation. Shit. All right, I'm going to remove all that. We'll go back and draw this shit again. This is, sorry. This is Vixperation. This is month end. And this is the first Friday. Okay? So I'm not bearish on an unclench. So if I'm going to use an unclench, I need to look for it after this day. If we can get down over here, right? And then you get your Vixperation down over here, let's say. But then you've got new buyers coming in, and you've got the daily trigger. Right? Daily trigger's right here. We got new buyers coming in to go up. You might be like, oh, well, Cap are already down here. They're going to pit us into all this stuff. We're not there yet. And normally for this trend to break, you're looking for this to begin back here, like down underneath. Vixperation gets us down, close the gap. Bulls fight back up. You know what I mean? You need some separation before we get there. So unless we get down there between now and here, like here and there, like if you're a bear, you can be like, yeah, well, you know, if we can get down here, Cappy, like, hey, Cap, we come into this, oh my God, we unclench here, right? Oh, it's blood, terrible, awful. Try to make our way higher, and oh my God, we're down there. Only then am I beginning to turn bearish on February. You know what I mean? I'm not bearish on this. I'm just looking to buy a dip in here. So any down you can get me on a potential unclench, I'm here to buy it into here. I'm in to buy this in here at that point. Now, the other outcome is for the bulls. The bulls, you have 7,000C that's notional that expires today. There's a bull case here too for this Vixperation. You have a bunch of 7,000 calls expiring, right? You come down here, you unclench, they print. They print that. All the expired shit they print, or at least near it. You get a bunch of tech earnings, excitement. And then you get your unclench down here for Vixperation. And it's just putting along. We come into the big first week here. And if we're above and we're in trend, you know, have we satiated the bulls yet? Do they think we can be up in February and March? They start buying and we're off and running. You know what I mean? We're off and running again. And maybe we're locked in right here. Oh, we only went to 705 this time. You know what I mean? The dealers send it back down, then all of a sudden we're printing 705. You got excitement with tech earnings, TMT earnings, broad-based market earnings. You got a bunch of dispersion here too. If you remember, people were buying the whole market. People are buying more than just TMT. If these guys are looking for a print in March on the dispersion trade, you could be seeing more ups into late March, right? A whole bunch of people, they're buying everything. They sold, another thing too is they sold communication services. Meta's like way the fuck down here. You know, you start buying this TMT starts ripping on their reports on major lows. You've got the dispersion trade on the major market. You've got a recipe for big ups into Feb March. So I'm not seeing the fear right now. So I just want you to realize that as we move forward with OPEX, unclenches, tomorrow's OPEX, we're not where we need to fucking be. Top line. We are not where we need to be today for any kind of unclench to be bearish. And if you're pushing that narrative out there, you can push it, but tell people, you know what? We've got an potential unclench and bear doom coming. But don't take that fucking trade until you get the new low. You would need to like see the low and then the second low. And that's when that service should say to you, get fucking short. Because that's the real fucking trade in there for the doom. I mean, this is good for volatility, gang, but, you know, you can't take this fucking trade here. You can't take the doom trade until price action shows you. And I'm going to show you why. Because of this shit right here. Because of that shit. They've been calling that shit now for so goddamn long. And they've been wrong. And that shit hurts. I know it hurts traders. You are the supply for the market. And I don't want you to be the supply for the market. When it's time, I will tell you. I'm not going to sell you fucking subscriptions. Can't believe they do that shit to you guys. I really fucking can't. They fucking sell you subscriptions and then they just brush it under the carpet. Feeding your fucking fear. When it gets time to be fearful, I'll tell you. And you can position for it too. I gotta draw this stupid shit again. God, I hate doing this. Don't get too crazy out there. The fucking doom. We're not even gonna draw that in. I'm not even going to entertain that yet. Can't do it. I don't even want to draw that for you right now. God, can't believe they sell you that shit. And I think there are a lot of smart traders that realize what it means, but I think that 97% of the rest of them don't. I think like every 3 out of every 100 people understand that. The other 97 are like puts going down. We're going down at depths of hell. I got myself some puts. And then they get blown the fuck up, or they come back and claim that they come back and claim that they come back and claim that there we go. There's the hour. They come back and claim that well, I closed, and I'm like, no, you didn't. You got torched. 698. That's a half, right? There. So for the bull, for the rest of today and tomorrow, don't do anything. All you're gonna do for today and tomorrow is just hang out. Don't do a goddamn. Where's that fucking hole? I gotta fix this shit. Where's 9 a.m. Friday? Right there. Put this back over there. Put this back over there as we had it. I think we had it right here. We have it a little bit higher? Right here. Right there. You know, something like that. Don't get fucking crazy. That's your outlook for tomorrow, or for tomorrow. This is Friday. Actually, I'll put this on here for you too, so you can see it. Right there. Right about there. Right about there. If you want to snip that, you can. There are places in here for you to look to buy a dip. I can draw those in if you really want me to. Your second buy the dip. I've got 2 buy the dips down here. I'm going to show them to you. Hold on there. From this morning, I said there's a buy the dip here and a buy the dip right here. But do not trust this just yet. That's 6925. It's where is it at? Let me just check it, see where it is. It's right here. This is your BTD, right where you are, right here. Oh, you can't see that. Go back over there. This is your BTD. And your buy the fucking dip is, I believe, right here. From the gamma, from a gamma perspective. Right there. And I know you fucking bears what you want. You bears like, oh, we're going to unclench down here. We're going to blast down there. We're going to go over there. We're going to, oh my God, it's down there. It's terrible. It goes down even more. Oh my God, Cap, we're going to go back up there. We're going to go back down there. We ain't there yet. Velocity looks great. Well, it looks like shit on half an hour. But hourly looks good. Daily looks great. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on one second here. I'm gonna kill myself over wanting to go pee. Bears like, we're gonna close all this out over here. Fucking bears. We're all, we're gonna shank down there, then we're gonna go over there, we're gonna blast down. I fucking know the bear. Oh my God, we blasted down there, fucking then over there, way down there. Yeah, I know. I'd prefer that to be with daily velocity and a high, to be honest with you. Draw that in. Draw that one in. I gotta go fucking pee, man. I gotta go. It's already fucking 3:30 or 3:30. Yeah, buy the dips right here. Where's the 1 hour? Fuck is all the what the fuck is that a 1 hour? It is a 1 hour. Why am I missing shit? Look at this shit too many times in a goddamn day. Right there. 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 Right there. I think it's right there. I'll leave it right here for you guys so you can see it. It's right here. So you can see it. God, it's so close right now. Leave that right there for you. I know I gotta go potty. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Hold on here. Sorry, I'm in the Discord right now chatting with those guys. Oh shit, hold on. Sorry about that. Sorry about all that. I was just saying in the Discord, do not make any rash decisions right now. I just feel that the Bears for that. Like, no, you see that big red bar right there? That's the vortex that Andy Constant's always talking about. See that right there? That's the vortex. Don't be fucking plotting and planning when we're in the fucking vortex. That's a rule. Don't fuck with I don't care if we go to the moon. I don't care if we blast down. If you want to be plotting and planning your revenge or plotting and planning your bigger move for next month, just chill, especially a small account. Don't fuck around with this stuff. Just don't. Like, your setup probably I want to tell you some more stuff here. Like, your setup in a QuopX or an OpX might look great on any ticker, any index, any ticker out there. Your shit might look great. And then you get sucked into the vortex and you're like, well, why didn't that work? I think David AMS says it best. There are good days to trade and there are good days not to trade. Just chill, relax, hang out, don't do anything. If you're wrong because of these days, it's not just today, it's not just tomorrow, but it's like Vixie Day, OpX, like fucking NFP. Like, if we're like blasting down an FP and you're like, I'm gonna sell fucking the rest of it, it's just not a good trade. There's easier days to trade. There are easier setups. And the only person that's responsible for you blowing up your account is guess who? Guess who it is? It's you. It's me. I'm responsible for my accounts, right? You're responsible for your accounts. We get caught up and we get teased into making decisions that in hindsight, you're like, oh, that sucked. And the worst part is, in hindsight, is when they do work by mistake, you rely upon that, it doesn't work again, and you reinforce bad habits. Don't do that. There's no need to do that out there. You don't need to be rock star. I think Yuri Tarded. He's a quant. He's one of our quant. He's the only quant we have right now, I think. That quant right there, like, that guy is like, he's smart. And what is he telling you? He's telling you take only like the layup, the one that you know is going to work, or have a plan at least. And if you're not a great trader, if you're like a young trader, if I'm not holding your hand, if I am not holding your hand, who is? Like, that was my point yesterday in the Discord, was, yeah, you've got me holding your hand. Today in the Discord, I'm holding your hand, and from time and market, I know what to do. So your job is to what? If you're a losing trader or a new trader, what's your job? Your job is to generate money for yourself and generate time in market and be able to take only the best trades, have someone tell you this is the best trade, right? Or I'll hold your hand. And then you gain time in market, right? And then the more time you gain in market, the more you can branch off and say, well, I'm going to manage my own shit. Or I made a big account. I'm generating income. I can take this risky trade and it's on me. So my point is, like, don't do too much into like this event right here. Don't do it. There's easier trades. You know, that $5,000. Think about that $5,000. Like, you can take $5,000 and make 20% in a year, and that's a good year. 20%. That's better than after fees most managed money is going to return to you in a year. That's a good year. So, like, I need to turn 5 into 100K today. Send that shit out the window. Save your money. Like, go to work every day. And when your wife I'm going to relate this to my wife. Your wife is like, we need this, we need that. That happened to me. My experience was I did great. the decisions I made in my life were excellent decisions. You know what happened? Life happened. You know, like truck blew up. This happened. That happened. I need this. I need that. I need this. My wife knew I had that money, and she would say, I need it. Because my wife knew that I had it. So my advice to anyone out there is you don't tell your loved ones. You literally say, I don't care if it's $100. You don't tell your wife. You don't tell your husband. You don't tell your parents. You don't tell anyone. Take the money and religiously, no matter what's going on. And I want to talk to you about this. This is an important thing. If you're young, something I learned was that it never fucking mattered how much money we made. It didn't matter if we were poor. Didn't matter if we were lower middle income, upper middle income. It never mattered. We always knew what was there, and somehow it always got spent one way or a fucking another. So if you're not going to have the discipline, or your wife or your husband, your parents, could be anybody, your friend knows you have money. Whatever it is, I don't care. If you, for yourself, for your own self, you value you and you make money, you don't tell anybody. You take $100 no matter what you're making, or $500 or $1,000, once a month, once a week, whatever it is, and do not fucking tell anybody. I don't give a fuck if you have to take it out in cash. I don't give a fuck if you have to make an account, a bank account that nobody knows about. I don't care if you go to the bank and tell your wife and the banker she's not on the account. It's mine. Do you have somebody you want to give it to in case something happens? I don't know, my grandmother, my buddy, my attorney. But you need to find that way to take that money and it's gone. You just pretend you spent it. You don't have it for the fucking, what I used to call them whammies. Oh, shit, we're in another whammy. And everyone knew. My wife knew, right? It was a whammy. I need $5,000. And I worked my dick off to save that money. About 10 grand, daddy. I'm like, oh, dude, I don't have that money. Yes, you do. So you have to find a way in your life. Or maybe it's the cocaine con. You're single. You don't have a wife. You don't have a husband. The trip to Vegas. The trip to fuck bitches down in South Beach. You literally have to find a way to just say, this money is gone. And no matter what happens, you know, fire this, whammy that, you don't ever fucking touch it. And you take that money and you save it in some kind of interest-bearing account. I don't care if it's a Webull account. I don't care if it's bonds, bills. I don't give a fuck if it's the stock market. I don't care where you put it. I own this S&P 500. Something that inherently will never fucking go to zero or low risk, or inherently makes money with very low risk. And you build your account with your job. So that's what you do. If you come into a windfall, I save 100 a week, and then I did a pull tab at the V, and I made an extra $500, and you go, okay, I'm gonna put that in there. And then you only take the choicest trades in the stock market. Only the choicest. Remember, you're only getting 20. Let's say you get 20 a year from a managed retirement account, or 20 a year from a managed portfolio, right? And then you pay the fees. You're out. You make 17%. I know some guys, they'll make 20 and the fees are 20 or 30%. I shit you not. So let's say you're making 17 or whatever. You really only need to make one trade a year, maybe two, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 most. You beat that, you're beating everybody. You do that for 10, 20 years, and you're dumping in your account and taking those trades like that. You're going to be rich before you know it. You got to have that discipline in life. Have to. And not only that, when your account is that small, when you think about like starting an account, you got to make like, you're not just making the bare minimum. You need like an account for investing. You need an account for retirement. You need an account for degeneracy. You need an account for this. And then you need a buffer. You're in a cash account trying to trade a cash account. and or a cash account, and then you're like, oh, I'm over my day trader limit, and all of a sudden price goes down for a day or two, and now you're not. You can't make any more day trades again. So you need to generate income to be a degenerate. And this is what sucks about this is you don't know who you're talking to. You don't know if you're talking to a guy that has a trust fund. You don't know if you're talking to a guy that doesn't care if he blows up his account every week. You don't know if you're talking to a guy that's living with his mother. He goes to work and he gets to fucking piss all of his money away. Every Friday, he doesn't care. I live in mom's house. You don't know if you're talking to a guy that has his mortgage paid off. You don't know if you're talking to a guy that fucking is independently wealthy. You don't know if you're talking to a guy whose wife is a doctor and he gets to stay at home and he's bored all day long. He's not really trading with real money. You don't know who you're talking to. You don't know if 3 other guys in the room only trade once a week because they're working the other 6 days. And that's their only time to trade. You don't know if the guy that's trading next to you comes out to trade once a month because he thinks that's the right setup, but it really isn't. There are so many. You don't know if someone's repeating something they were regurgitating from social media. The list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And the only real thing that you can do is put your blinders on, put on your earmuffs, learn, get time in market, and with a small account, only take the choicest trades. And I don't know anybody that'll tell you take this or that trade every OpEx where there's an edge. I don't know anyone that can say that. Nobody. So if you're a small account, you're looking for drawdown. If we're to buy the dip environment, what are you looking for? More than likely, your hand to be held, or you're looking for a return to the daily trigger, right? That's what I would say. Maybe a return to the hourly trigger with 2 new highs off it. Yeah, you could take that trade with a pretty good win rate. But you're waiting for the best trades. And I would even say it to most people out there. If you had a $5,000 account, you're trying to buy 100 shares of a stock that's not going to go bankrupt or high chance of not going bankrupt, or you're just buying the S&P 500, as many shares as you can until you get 100 of them. That would be the safest thing to do. But and there's other things here too. We're still coming into seasonal weakness. If you have a small account, you should take 2 trades a year. 2. That's it. A bull or bear market. So I can say that too. So if it's a small account, it's always better to just be building it with your money. Go to work, save the money. And fuck all the people around you that are constantly in and out. They're here today, not gone tomorrow. They blew themselves up for a week until they get the next paycheck, so you don't see them for a week or 2. You just trade your own plan. And you have people here like myself and like Yuri. You have people here to hold your hand so that you can make money. And if I'm not here to hold your hand, I'm going to tell you the truth. You should wait. Wait until you get the prime trade. And do not fall for hindsight trading. Don't do it. Oh, man, I could have made so much money on that trade. My God, I'd be a billionaire or millionaire. Those fucking people, it comes and it goes, that money. I've done it myself. I'm telling you things that I had to go through. I'm telling you things from my own experience. And this is the experience of most traders. That's why we have so many people give money back to the market, why they're the supply. So you either learn from that and try to teach other people, or you don't learn from that. And you get washed out and eventually you leave. And I'm in that right time of life right here. In the young end of this. Got kids now, teenager. I'm not fucking 80. I'm here to tell you. So be safe tonight. Tomorrow, I'll be here tomorrow for 9:30. if you're a small account, just let a trader hold your hand. That's good at what they do. And if not, you will see. This is the last part I'm going to leave you with. When you're looking for the layup trade, when you're looking for the side of the barn trade, you're going to see the right traders in the Discord. You're going to see Winky come out, David come out. You're going to see Yuri come out. You're going to see all kinds of other guys in there come out and say, hey, what are you doing? And normally on those days, we're either literally on a major high or we're on a major low. So if you're a small account, you'll see like the Discord or social media or Reddit, they'll be on fucking fire. Either with like really good like bull FOMO shit, or they'll be on fire with, oh my God, the market's going to crash. And then you'll see like there'll be hair on fire in both cases. And then you're going to see just a few people walking around. And it's the same fucking cast of characters every fucking time. Same fuckers. I've known a lot of these guys for at least 5 years and a ton of them for a decade. And it's the same fucking group. You add one leaves, you add two, one leaves. But this circle of people that take the side of the barn trade, all the same fucking people. Those are the 30% to the 3%. Same fucking guys every fucking time. Then you want to be like, hey, I got had $5,000 a month ago, and I've been adding money all week long. I need to put it to work. And those guys will come grab you. I'll come grab you and say, oh yeah, man, we're gonna do this. You know, we're in the depths of hell right now. You didn't give all your money back on the way down to the depths of hell? No, man, I was patient. I'm here for it now. And truly, in those situations, truly, when you're in those choice situations, those prints are fucking huge. Like you find a real bottom, whether it's on a daily trigger or twice a year. Talking about putting on like a call that'll print you 20, 30, 40, 50,000% sometimes. I'm serious. If you're that risky. But I'm saying that if you want, like, you're like, oh my God, I only got $5,000. I need to turn it into $100,000. You can do that in a year. You can, but you got to take just the choicest fucking trades, or you got to have your hand held. It's one or the other. You're either going to get your hand held, or you're gonna be doing it on your own with only so many trades. If you're at that spring low or that fall low and you're fucking slamming down $5,000, turn that shit into big money. Big money. So just be patient. Take these words. They are written in fucking tons of money being given back to the market. Just sit on your hands and just relax. Cool? I'll see you all tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. Hope you all have a great day, and I'll get back to you here soon. Well, shit, we had one yesterday. We had a 300%er yesterday, didn't we? Oh, you mean you want the thousands and thousands of percenters? You know what sucks about the big ones? I'll say one more thing here, Goliath. One of the things that sucks about now is during COVID, it was really easy to get those in the regular market. I mean, you can get them now, but like those big gains, they were way easier. During COVID, they were very easy. They're not as easy to come along these days. I mean, you can get them, but they're not as big as they once were. You can do it with a discretionary account on like Vixperation and stuff. You can get those things, but they're not as prevalent on like easy trades. Like I went long Tesla and it splits, and or they announced a split and it's going to be split 5 times and it goes fucking vertical. And all of a sudden you're gang. It's because they're printing so much fucking money. But you can get those trades regularly if you are patient. In general, you're just basically looking for seasonal lows. You find a seasonal fucking low, you just fucking buy some SPY and just sell fucking puts fucking for the next 3 months, maybe even 6 months. Or you get a fucking call. If you like, I think this guy was saying he doesn't have spread, or He doesn't have, or he can't trade spreads in his account, which he can. He can probably just request to get a higher level in trading. But if he can't, and he doesn't, or he chooses not to, he's just doing single options, then you just get one call that's 6 months out that you can afford for $5,000, and you just watch it go up and 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 up, and you just make lots of money that way. So just if you have a small account, stop giving money back to the fucking market. Think about how many fucking times you've got a $1,000 or $5,000 account and you've blown it up along the way. Think about that. Or you've grown it too quick. There's another side to this too, which is once you build those accounts, you have to then break those habits. That's another whole fucked up thing. Like, you got to first get out the gate, and then once you're out the gate, you think you're a fucking rock star swinging 5, 10, 30, 40, 50, $100,000. I'm going to slam down $100,000 calls on a zero date. Fucking market makers are like, boom, fuck you. I just counter traded your ass. Fuck you. Do you have another $100,000, bro? That's real shit. You're the only guy out there slamming that shit down. That's happened to me. I've had that happen to me. So even then, you're trading small amounts of money, and you got to break those habits. You think you can scale shit, and you can't. Try, and you can't. You can, but can't say you can't. But for a lot of people, they cannot. A lot of people in their experience not like that. So just take it easy. Get time in market. Small account. Build it nice and fucking slow. It's too easy. It starts like exponentially compounding quickly. So just take your time. Be patient. I think Zen Gamma said it best. The best edge that a new trader has is what? I'll leave you with this. What's the best edge that a new trader or a losing trader has? Best edge in the market. Patience. It really is truly that. Patience.